on track. We can't wait to receive our Prime Minister. We are waiting for him. I also appreciate him so much. Appreciate the AP, the Punisher himself. Ine anya nwoke mara mma nwoke. Ine anya iche na ọ gaghị azọgbuarịrị. But he has done very much more for the Biafran people. We appreciate him so much. And also, we appreciate the Okokondem of our time. Most of you don't know that Foni Akbarawa have been here from a very longer time. We have seen everything that is happening in this, our fight, in this, our restoration project. He saw the Nellies of this world. He saw the EFIK-IBIBIos of this world. He saw the living stones of this world. He saw the DOS of this world. But where has he been? He has always stand on the path of truth. Consistency is the key. He has been consistent and never found one thing. And that is why he was able to select the best of the media personnel, the media team of BRGIE. So while I appreciate our information minister, I also appreciate all the gallant men and women of the Biafran Republic government in Ezra media. The achievement of this government wouldn't have been so easy, wouldn't have been so possible if you, all of you in the media, all of us are not part of this. So I congratulate each and every one of us. And lovers of freedom, we really appreciate you. And thank you so much for being in our space. And those who are listening anonymously, those who their shame, they cannot overcome their shame to come out with their handles and join us and speak. Most of them listening anonymously are those who try to betray this movement. Most of them are from the NGOZI and the EMA. Most of them are from the DOS. Most of them are those who plant coups, who try to destroy the template to our freedom. Eventually, they now understand that it wasn't possible. The reason why it is not possible, it was not possible, or can never be possible is because Biafra Restoration Project is God's ordained project. Lately, you can hear Ugo 419 telling you that all that Ngozi Orabufulani has done has been against the freedom of our people. He never loved APM. He never loved PM. Neither did she love Mohamedike. And that is why everything that she is doing, she has done against the freedom of our people. And she is among the people that are talking about election in Biafran territory. So sad, even when we don't have institutionalized Biafran government in our land. And some people are talking about election. That is very, very sad. Having said that, I want to go through the topic. He says, Nigeria military shakeup. Is it for good or for bad? Fund lockdown 6, 7, and 8 of November. No election in Biafra land. First of all, the reason why Biafra was restored in 2nd of December 2024 is because of the perpetual injustices that we have witnessed in the evil contraption called Nigeria. The reason why Biafra was redeclared or restored is because Nigeria had made secession the only path to equity, justice, and survival. The reason why Biafra was restored is because of the destructive tendencies of the Nigerian terrorist state against the Biafran people. I want to take us back in 1966, the anti-Igbo pogrom, killings of thousands of Biafrans, killings, starvation of our people, killings, destructions of our properties. Over 3.5 million Biafrans died, mostly civilians. There were images of babies who died with kwashiorkor because of the blockade imposed upon Biafran territories through the Amazonian Biafran borders. So all these atrocities that the Nigerian government committed against our people between 1966 that accumulated to 1967 to 1970, the Nigerian government have not come out to apologize against the Biafran people for this atrocity that they committed against our people. Not only that, these atrocities have not abated up to this moment. As a matter of fact, the Nigerian government have added another dimension to the atrocity they committed between 1967 to 1970. This time around, they want to take over our ancestral land. They want to Islamize each and every one of us. They want to make sure that our communities are overrun. We are being chased out of our father's land, and the marauders, the terrorists, come to occupy our land. And because of these historical injustices and genocide, that it became unbearable for the Biafran people. Because of the continued annihilation and destruction of the Biafran people, it became very, very imperative that for us to live as humans, for us to survive as Biafrans, we have to have our own nation. That gave birth to the clamor for the independent state of Biafra, which was restored. The declaration that was made between 1967 to 1970 was restored on the 2nd of December 2024. And that is the reason why at this particular time, anybody that is waking up to tell you about election in Biafran territory, that person is an enemy of the Biafran people. Because in 2024, over 50 million Biafrans voted to exit that evil contraption called Nigeria. That voting stopped on the 29th of December 2024, and the vote was ratified on the 2nd of December 2024, that have now proven that the Biafran people overwhelmingly voted and have exited Nigeria. So if you have exited Nigeria, you voted not to be part of Nigeria anymore, why in the whole wide world will you now be clamoring for Nigeria election in Biafran territory? Why will you join the enemies of Biafra to talk about Nigeria election in a country that have declared its independence. This is very, very sad. So this should be a very big warning to anybody, any family, any county, any district, any community, any state, any local government that is going to come out tomorrow and start talking about Nigeria election in Biafran territory. This is a reminder to each and every one of you that for the fact that you did not participate in the electronic voting or even the manual voting, for the fact that you did not participate, we want to remind you that over 50 million Biafrans have voted, which are in the majority of the Biafran population. And so therefore, they have overwhelmingly voted to say no to any Nigeria election in Biafran territory. So if you want to make yourself an enemy of the Biafran people, then you can go ahead to promote Nigeria in our land. But one thing is very, very certain. The Biafran people can never allow such thing. No Nigeria election to happen on the 6th, on the 8th, on the 7th, and on the 8th of whatever, whether it's November going forward to any day in our land. It can never be possible because we are no longer Nigerians. We are now Biafrans. The only election that will be acceptable, the only election that Biafran people will participate is the election that will be conducted by the Biafran people when Biafra is fully restored. And we have an institutionalized electioneering body in Biafra land. That is the only election that the Biafran people will participate and accept in Biafran territory. And that will only happen when Biafra is fully restored and recognized as an independent nation. Outside that, any election of Nigeria in our land is null and void, and you are putting your life, the life of your family, the life of your children, your community, your county, your state in danger should we experience or hear or see or perceive that such thing is happening in any territory in Biafran territory. Very, very important. On the 6th, 7th, and 8th of November, there will be total lockdown of Biafran territories. No animal, not even flies or birds or mosquitoes or cockroaches or rats, they should be on lockdown as well, because Biafra land is our territory and we have to define how our people would be governed and not Nigeria. Very, very important. We understand that those who are promoting this election in Biafra land are those who are working for the terrorist Nigerian state. We understand that. We understand that those who are promoting and talking about election in Biafran territories are the agents of Nigeria in our land. These are the people that the government have been using in order to hold us down. These are the people who are benefiting from the corruption that is being committed in our land. These are the people that the government shares money with. These are the people that the government of Nigeria pays peanuts in order to continue to drag us into Nigeria election in our land. These are the people, the politicians, that use the resources of our land to better their lives. They siphon our money, they bank it abroad. They go to medical checkups. They go to shoppings abroad. They go on holidays with their cronies, with their corrupt fellows, and they continue to live at the expense of the majority of the Biafran people. These are the people that are promoting election in our land. And I want to tell you that this time around, the Biafran people have risen up to say enough is enough. We are not Nigerians. We are Biafrans. We don't encourage or approve any Nigeria election in Biafran territory. Come to think of it, we want to ask you that is promoting Nigeria election in our land. Can you tell us one thing that you can be proud of? As a Biafran that is promoting Nigeria election, can you tell us what the Nigerian government have done in our land that is worthy of commendation? Can you tell us, do we have seaport in our land? Do we have international airports? Do we have the presence of international community or the world? Do we have embassies or high commissions? Do we have industries? What is it that you, as a Biafran, we say that you can boast of that the Nigerian government or the world have done to Biafran territory that can now encourage us or push us to accept or encourage Nigeria in our territory? Absolutely nothing. Rather, what we get are condemnations. What we get are corruption in our land. What we get are intimidations. What we get are harassment. What we get is the siphoning of natural resources that our land can offer. Even when it is in our land that the natural resources that power Nigeria comes from, our people are dying of ordinary waterborne diseases. Our people cannot access medical care. Our people don't have good roads. Our people don't have good pipe-borne water. Our people don't have good road network. Tell me, what is it then that you can be so proud about to talk about Nigeria election in Biafran territory? This is the reason why we want to encourage each and every one of you to say no to anything of Nigeria election in Biafran territory, because as it stands now, we have a government that is responsible. We have a government that is fighting for us. We have a government that is defending the Biafran people. And our government is doing everything humanly possible to make sure that Biafra is recognized as a free nation. And once Biafra is recognized, every other thing that you are looking for abroad, the government of Biafra will now be able to bring it to the doorsteps of Biafrans in the homeland. This is very, very important. We want to let Biafrans understand that the reason why we have the Biafran Republic government in exile and that of the de facto government in the homeland is because, like our Prime Minister said, why we have declared our nation, the Biafran Republic government in exile will be fighting the diplomatic battles. That diplomatic battle is to see that the world recognizes Biafra, is to see that the world knows more about Biafra and the plight of the Biafran people under Nigeria. It is for the world to know, and the Biafran government will furnish the world with the atrocities that the Nigerian government have committed in our land. That is why we have the diplomatic battle going on at this time. And those that are in charge are our attorney and our lobbyists, working with the APM, His Excellency Honorable Ogechukwu Nkere, to fight the diplomatic battle. While in the homeland, the de facto government in the homeland with the Biafran Defense Forces, they are in charge of the liberation of our land. That is why we are asking each and every one of you, anywhere that you are all around the world, in the homeland or in diaspora, more importantly, those in the homeland, to support the liberation of our land. Because you can see how we have military checkpoints here and there. You can see how the Nigerian government are burning our properties all around Nigeria. You can see how the politicians are working with our oppressors in order to prevent our freedom from coming. That is why they are there. That is why you have military checkpoints here and there. That is why our people are being harassed. That is why our people are being intimidated. But once you support the BDF through the de facto government in the homeland, they can be able to evict all these terrorists in military uniforms in our various communities and states. And once all these people are evicted, our land will be free from terrorism. The next reason why you should fund the Biafran Defense Forces is because you can see what is happening all around Nigeria. You can see how the military, you can see how the police, you can see how the terrorists are ravaging the north, displacing communities, killings of Christians here and there. But in Biafran territory, the way they are killing in southern Kaduna, the way they are killing in Borno and Katsina, the way they are killing in Middle Belt and Plateau, it is not the way that is happening in Biafran territory. Why? The reason being that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu in 2020 put up a strong resistance force, the Biafran, the Eastern Security Network. And in 2023, Obatobie, the Prime Minister, merged each and every one of them and collapsed the Eastern Security Network to Biafran Defense Forces. These forces, with the funding that they are getting from the de facto government, from Biafrans in the homeland, and with the logistics and support that they are getting from BRGIE, they have been able to defend our territories. They have been able to hold their ground in making sure that the terrorists cannot come to our communities, intimidate our people, kidnap our people, and go scot-free. That is the reason why Mike Arnold, the American that was invited to come and see for himself on a fact-finding mission in Nigeria and give a report on the killing of Christians. In one of his reports, he said that the South is protected. And when he made that comment, he was referring to the fact that we in the southern eastern part of Biafra land of Nigeria, that we have an army, we have a military that is protecting our women and children from being killed. Like the Boko Haram, the ISIS are killing other communities in the far north. So for us to sustain the peace, the security that we have in Biafran territory, we need to continue to fund the Biafran Defense Forces. Very, very important. Funding is key. And I want to remind each and every one of us that in 2023, our Prime Minister said that Biafra has already been restored. What you are seeing are the impediments to the total restoration of Biafra. These pockets of attack that you see in Biafran territories, the enemies are using it to intimidate our people into not coming out to support their freedom. I want you to understand that Nigeria cannot give you freedom. United Kingdom, America is not going to hand us freedom on a platter of gold. As a matter of fact, this freedom is already here with us. It is left for us to take it at this particular time by thunder, by fire, because the Bible made you and I to understand that the kingdom of God suffered violence. And it is only the violent can take it by force. It is very, very important that we understand that our freedom is here. And we must take it by force. I yield my mic for now. I'm being distracted. Thank you.
Yeah, Dr. David, that was so nice. Yeah, sorry for the distraction. Yeah, if you can come and finish up later, you can come. And then I would also like to tell you that become NGOZI. Yeah, so don't worry. I will get back to you. Okay. Solomon, are you ready? Holland.
Yes, okay. Good afternoon, everybody, from my location. And I'm out with
Yeah, yeah, just a bit noisy.
So let me go ahead before he comes back.
Okay.
So like I was saying,
Solomon, allow David to round.
Solomon, I want to round up. I want to make it snappy. So just like I'm saying, so my wonderful Biafran brothers and sisters, you should understand that this freedom is in our hands. It is for us to go and take it. We have to fight this freedom community by community, town by town, district by district, county by county, local government by local government, and state by state. How do you fight it? We have the men, we have the women, we have the gallant volunteers who have vowed with their life to make sure that our land is protected. Over 100,000 of them under arms. They don't want you to come and join them in the bush. We have enough men. We only need your funding. We only need your finance. We only need your assistance so that these men can feed, so that these men can kit up, so that these men will have the resources, the granite and the walking stick in order to protect our land, in order to protect your ancestral land from being overrun by the terrorist Nigerian state. I want you to understand that as you are in America, you are in Germany, you are in UK, you are in Spain, you are in Africa. Our land is still under the little occupation of the terrorist Nigerian state. But we have men and women who said they cannot be alive and allow the Islamists to come and take over our land. So what do you have to do? You are doing business in Onitsha. You are doing business in Kaduna. You are doing business in Sokoto. You are doing in Opiweka, in Aba, in Umuahia, in Iguacha. Anywhere you are in that contraction called Nigeria and you are doing business as a Biafran, please map out a certain amount of naira, or we call it a J, in order to support the freedom of your land. Because you saw what is happening in Abuja, whereby Biafran shops are being taken over by Sharia courts, and there is nothing anybody can do about it. Had it been that we are Biafrans as a people, we are now free, I'm going to tell you for sure, the Biafran Republic government in exile can never fold their hands and allow Biafrans suffer or their properties taken over by the terrorist Nigerian state. It's not going to happen. That is the reason why we are telling you that once you support the Biafran Republic government in exile and our freedom is guaranteed, believe you me, every property that you have in that evil contraption, the Biafran government will go for it. Nobody is going to take over your property. But as long as you begin to show this lackluster attitude Oh, you believe in one Nigeria. You support Nigeria. You don't want Nigeria to divide because you have 1 2x2 shop in Sokoto, or because you have one hotel in Abuja, or you have one hotel in Lagos. You feel that all those things, when you protect them, when you stay in Nigeria, all those things are protected. You can see what they are doing in Abuja. Mnk, who is an agent of the terrorist Nigerian state, can come to your house and mark it for demolition, and there is nothing you can do about it. Yes, Nigeria, you see how they are destroying threat. Who are you going to hold responsible and accountable? Absolutely nobody. So this is a wake-up call for each and every one of you to rise up and support Biafra Republic government in exile, so that your properties in Nigeria will be secured by the government of the day. Because once Biafra is fully restored, every property owned by Biafrans, the Biafran Republic government in exile, we go for it, we protect it, and we make sure you have back your property. Very, very important. As for the military shake-up, is it for good or for bad? Everything worked for good to them that love Chukwu Okike Abia. Everything that they do against Biafrans is going to turn out to be good for us. So the military shake-up is good for us, because as they continue to suspect one another, we are moving very close to our total restoration. Because what you see happening is because of the lack of trust on the military personnel. And that is actually what Chukwu Okike Abiama is doing, and it is marvelous in our eyes. In no distant time, we are going to rejoice in the land of our ancestors. Thank you so much. I yield my mic.
Wow, thank you. Hey, hey, hey. Yes, so all things work together for good for those that are in Chukwu Okike Abiama's umbrella. Are you in Chukwu Okike Abiama's umbrella? Yes, so Biafrans are covenant children of God. You understand? So it's for our own good. Bible also says, he who diggeth an evil pit shall fall in the same destruction they dug for me and you. So they will continue, terrorist Islamic Fulani Nigeria government will continue to fall in their same destructions. The same holes they dug for Biafrans, the same hole they dug for Christians, they themselves will be falling inside it, and they will be eating their own flesh and drinking their own blood. For us, ours is victory and victory and victory. Trump will always say, win and win and win. BDF will continue to win and win and win. So they are bad Beleno. They will be fighting themselves from now onwards. So like one of our sisters said, they fired the 16 terrorists to bring back another 16 terrorists. So, but they are not going to stop us. They are not going to stop our freedom. They are not going to stop it. These people are not indigenous. Fulani Mujahid Arabs. They are from, they are Arabs. They are not from that geographical location. So why must Arabs be ruling Africans? Why? Why must Arabs rule Nigerians? Why? That one is another one I want to let it sink into their heads. When you see Shatima like so, Shatima no be Hausa, Shatima no be Yoruba, no be Middle Belt, no be Biafra. Shatima na Arab. Why must Shatima be the vice president of Nigeria? Why must Arab be the vice president of Nigeria? All you want Nigerians, you must answer that question to yourselves. You must be able to answer it. Why? And now you will not now you now know why when they are not killing you, they are not showing any remorse. They are not showing any remorse. They will get a pregnant woman, open the woman's stomach, toss out the fetus, kill the woman, kill the baby, kill everybody, chop off everybody's head. Now you know why. because they are not part of you. They are migrants. They are visitors. Fulani Mujahid Arabs are not Nigerians. They are the CEO of your mineral, what do you call it? NMPC. They are the general manager of, give me another call. All your companies, they are, is either their general manager or their CEO or whatever and whatever. They are all Fulanese, Arabs. What are they doing in Nigeria? All of you want Nigeria. You must answer this question for yourselves one by one. Why are Arabs ruling Nigeria? Why are Arabs? Why are they ruling you? You Ishokbo one Nigerian. Why must Arab rule you? That one should be a red flag already on you or for you.
Can I answer the question so that I can just conclude my? All right. Thank you very much. I was actually kicked out. The network is very bad here. Why are Arabs ruling Nigeria? The first thing you need to look at is that the Nigeria you talk about, is it an indigenous property? That is one aspect you want to look at it. Nigeria is a foreign entity, you know. Nigeria is a foreign entity. So Nigeria is not an indigenous property. You understand? It is a foreign property that is imposed. It is imposed on the indigenous people on their own territory or on their own land. You understand? And the owner of this foreign property called Nigeria, they are foreigners. They are foreigners, and it is also managed. That is why it is managed by the foreigners or by the strangers. You know, when they ask, is it Tafabi Amadu Bello, that question, the mother said that instead of giving the job to an Igbo man, they would rather hire an expatriate, or if they want to, they can't find a competent expatriate to do it, they will hire another person from the indigenous place they call Nigeria on a contract. You understand? So when you see some of these politicians from the Biafra extract, you see that these people are only hired on contract to help the owner of this foreign property or the owner of this foreign entity called Nigeria to manage their property. And most of the managers of this foreign entity are also strangers. This is why you could see people from Arab, people that don't even have their root from the place or the indigenous place they call Nigeria, be it from Biafra or Oduduwa or Arewa. You understand? So that should be well understood. It's only an ignorant fool that will be thinking that Nigeria belongs to him. I mean, sometimes when I see some elders having this line of thought, it really beats my imagination that how could an old man like this be thinking that they have no other place apart from Nigeria? And this man is over 120 years old. He's close to 150 years old. And he's saying that. So the question you want to ask him is that when there was no Nigeria, what was he? Does it mean that when there was no Nigeria, he did not have an identity? That's why I've always told our people, we are united with the kind of food we eat. We are united with our dress code. We are united with our religion, our common values, culture, and tradition. We are united along all this line. Let us have that one name that will also unite us, so that nobody. I just thank God for one thing, that even the name Igbo has united us, but just that our people fail to understand or to accept the true identity of who they are. Because when you travel out of the old eastern region to the Yoruba speaking side of Nigeria, or to the Hausa speaking side of Nigeria, they know you as Omo Igbo or Unyamiri. And you understood when the APM explained the meaning of Unya. I was even surprised too, It was during the war that our fathers were using the word because of the starvation. Our soldiers were using the word Nyamene. So from then they just use it to give us a name. No wonder when you go to the Hausa speaking side, they refer to. I hope I'm still coming out, or have I been kicked out again? Can anybody hear me?
Yep,
Can
yep.
anybody? Okay, thank you.
Yes.
So you can imagine that. So what am I trying to say? We are united with everything in us. We even some of our languages serve. Like I've always said repeatedly here, in Isoko we they call Oka Oka. And I believe you also call Oka Oka in Igbo language. Ube, we call them Ube. You also call it the same. Akpala, we call them Akpala. We have Amaga, you have Amaga. We have Iroro, you have Iroro. We have Irere, you have am I wrong? So these are the things that we are united in our ways of life, with our value, our traditions and culture. You understand? So Biafra is going to be a name that unites us, whether you are Isoko. When you hear the name Biafra, it's simply talking about people that have Obankedes. When you hear the name Biafra, it's simply talking about people that their parents tied to peace trapper. It's simply talking about people that have the same tradition. Like we in my place now, when you give birth to a baby boy, in 8 days you circumcise that child, that baby boy. And I believe it's the same in the Igbo land too. Even the pattern of kola nut, the same thing in the Igbo. You understand? This bead they wear, this bead, the way they wear bead in Igbo land, that is the way they wear bead in Isoko as well. You understand? So we are united, but just that the enemies came to divide us. The reason why they came to divide us is to weaken our strength, because in division, our strength reduces. You understand? So that is the essence of division. So, but the truth is that when they know that we are uniting together to achieve something good, they will come and cause division for us. That is when they will know you are from Ijo, you are from Ishekiri, you are from Isoko, you are from Orobo, you are from Igbo, you are from Calabar, you are from. You understand? But if they want to kill us now, and they find us outside the territory of the Biafran territory, we are all Igbo or Moibo. We are all Unyamini. You know, I used to have a friend when I was in Warri, a Calabar friend. I used to talk to him and about Biafra, but he said it's not. He said Biafra is for Igbo. So this guy traveled to Igbo. I mean, he traveled to somewhere around the Yoruba land. You understand? So he said his house expired and he wanted to get a house. So as he was looking for a house, anywhere he go to, they will say he's an Omoibo, that they will not give. A Calabar man, oh, his name is Okon. Calabar man. He said anywhere he went to get a house. He was telling her, I was just laughing. From then, he accepted his identity. That indeed, he is a Biafran. Indeed, we are all Igbo. But, you know, it baffles me that sometimes our people refuse to accept their identity. So to answer your question, our mother, Auntie Stella, the reason why you see foreigners or strangers ruling Nigeria is because Nigeria is a foreign entity. It's not an indigenous entity. It was imposed on the indigenous people with the barrel of the gun. And it is still being, the indigenous people are still being held together under that foreign identity called Nigeria with the barrel of the gun. This is why they use foreigner or strangers to manage that entity called Nigeria. So that is your answer. I don't know if you are satisfied with that. I'm speaking shortly about the topic, Nigeria military shakeups for good or bad. Truth is that whatever they choose to do, they choose to do. But the truth is just to maintain the status quo, you understand? To maintain the status quo. But it cannot be worse than what we have experienced before, because the world can see what is happening now. At the moment, probably the former chief of defense staff, Christopher Musa, he made a mistake to have even given that command to his presidents. You understand that they shouldn't be waiting for order from Abuja. that terrorists are killing people, and you fold your hands that you are waiting for order from Abuja. So the moment he made that video and he gave that instruction to his men, you see, he was dismissed, and then he was dismissed. That is to tell you all you need to know, that the people that are behind the
Hold
terrorists
on,
that are
no, hold on.
killing.
What did you say again, please? I didn't hear you. That Musa said what?
Okay, the moment Musa gave that instruction to his men that they should not be waiting for order from Abuja, that once they see that the lives of those that they are meant to defend is in danger, they should go ahead and shoot. And
Musa
the
said
people that are,
so, or is it
yes, that
allegedly?
it's not alleged. I think I have the video. Should I send the video? I will send the video to you.
Was it that
I think
Musa repented before then Anam fired? Then
I will
Anam
post.
fired him. Oh.
I will post the video. That's what I'm telling you, that probably he made a mistake, or because that is
Don't
how
put
I said
even
it.
mistake. Hold on. Don't
Even
put
I
even
posted
mistake.
the video. I posted the video.
Please, can you play it for us? Can you play it?
I don't even know how to play video from this Twitter. That's the problem I have.
Nki, because no.
Let me go and look
But
for it. Out
Please.
from the video. I can just try.
you understand? I was so surprised.
Mm.
That is why I said that these people, they know the right thing to do, but just that their hands are so tied that they cannot do anything. You understand? Just that they are so caged that they can't do the right thing. So he was giving the even he went to the point of saying that anybody that falls below the instruction will be court-martialed. That is what he told them.
What?
And I
Because
was immediately, yeah,
go on.
you understand? So immediately he said this, not quite long, we heard that he has been dismissed. You understand? He has been dismissed because the people that are behind the terrorists, the people that are sponsoring the terrorists know that, like I said, this guy said he has had it to his neck. He wants to act contrary to what they usually do. You understand? Probably that is why they fired him. So this is why sometimes I even feel for some of them too that are
Oh,
really
Rose,
that really know that the government is the one that is behind the terrorism.
I
Hold
found it.
on.
So when you're ready.
If he's
I
ready,
found it. Let me.
yeah.
Have you seen the video?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead and play it. Thank you.
Okay.
I'm going to hold every commander, from the sector commander to the company commander to the platoon commander to the section commanders responsible. If anything happens within your AOR and you do nothing, you will be court-martialed. That I guarantee you. But again, our policy is to reward hard work and punish indolence. When you do well, we'll commend you, we'll give you awards, and then we'll take care of you the more. You will be promoted. Is that clear? With the new concepts, all armed forces personnel here that I was not giving any command. As long as you are deployed, your task is to secure your community. You are all aware on what condition you are supposed to shoot at the enemy. When your life is at stake and you have no other means of protecting yourself, you are allowed to fire. When your colleague's life is at stake and there's no way you can stop, you are allowed to fire. And when the community or any infrastructure you are protecting is being destroyed and you have no other means of stopping them, you are allowed to fire. So do not be afraid to take out any criminal or any enemy that is destroying or is doing any acts of killing. Is that clear? But like I've told you, the communities you are protecting must know that you are there to protect them, not to go there and infringe on their human rights. I'm going to hold every commander, from the sector commander to the company commander to the platoon commander to the section commanders responsible. If anything happens within your AOR and you do nothing, you will be court-martialed. That I guarantee you. But again, our policy is to reward hard work and punish indolence. When you do well, we'll commend you, we'll give you awards, and then we'll take care of you the more. You will be promoted. Is that clear? With the new concept, all armed forces personnel will be withdrawn from within the towns and will go out into the bushes. All checkpoints.
Let me play it again.
I told you, the communities you are protecting must know that you are there to put condition you are supposed to exploit. Your task is to secure here that I was not giving any command. As long as you are deployed, your task is to secure your community. You are all aware on what condition you are supposed to shoot at the enemy. When your life is at stake and you have no other means of protecting yourself, you are allowed to fire. When your colleague's life is at stake and there's no way you can stop, you are allowed to fire. And when the community or any infrastructure you are protecting is being destroyed and you have no other means of stopping them, you are allowed to fire. So do not be afraid to take out any criminal or any enemy that is destroying or...
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. We can hear you.
No, hold on. No, my
I'm going to
phone.
hold every commander
Should I
from
call?
the sector command. I'm going to hold every
Yes,
commander.
stop, Nkiru, stop. Oh, hold on. Hey. No, let's talk about this. So Chelonu na Mamu Musa very well. I know Musa very, very well. Listen, what he's saying there is like a Sunday ritual sermon without the presence of God. You know, some churches, what they do is they do the same ceremony without anointing, without presence of God. They do it every day, and they believe it will become working, it will become anointing. Listen, these guys were just graduating, and you know, it was just a normal ritual. You know, you tell your children, don't steal. Oh. Meanwhile, you gave them, you didn't give, you know, you gave them opportunity to steal. You know, don't fight, oh, but defend yourselves. At the end of the day, guys, I don't believe Musa. I don't believe Musa. Oh. Musa here is speaking from both sides of his mouth. Oh. I don't believe this. So this is a takia. You know, he has a junior, what do you call it? Is it cadets or whatever that are just graduating? What do you expect him to tell them? Okay, kill all Christians. Is that what you were expecting him to tell them? No, no, no. And he knows the world is watching. Microphone, all the media of the world are there watching on the graduation ceremony. You expected Musa to tell them, please, if you see any Christian, kill. And then he let them chop off their neck. Is that what you wanted Musa to tell these new soldiers that are just coming on? Oh, no, 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 no. This one is a normal ritual. It's a normal.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Anti-Stella.
To me, it doesn't make sense. Musa is, you know, this is the takia, you know, trying to just tell the guys everything is good, but nothing is good. The same Musa, his mouth he used in telling me and you and all Nigerians that bandits have repented and enrolled them into Nigerian army. Now, these same bandits are turning around killing Christians. What did Musa say? Musa said that insecurity is finished, everything is okay now, everybody is okay. Is it not the same Musa? You want to trust Musa? I don't trust him.
Anti-Stella.
That's a terrorist.
Anti-Stella.
Hmm?
Anti-Stella. Okay. Thank you very much. You know what you said could be very correct too. You understand? Because these people they can play a lot of takia. You understand? But the truth is that after immediately he said this thing, it was not quite long before he was dismissed. You understand? And considering the fact that I learned that from Kaduna, and a lot of killings have happened in his hometowns and in the Kaduna houses to Christians. A lot of Christians have been killed in that houses. You understand? So this is why I said earlier that it's likely that these people, even if they know the right thing to do, but the conditions given to them do not allow them to do the right things, which means their hands are tied. You understand? But all the same, on the other way around, like you rightly said, it could also be Takia because they are very good at playing Takia as well. But the point I try to take out is that we have seen community where all these ragtag terrorists will invade, destroy everything that the military is meant to protect, kill all the people that the military are meant to to protect, but the military fold their hands that order has not come from Abuja. But you can see Musa saying here that when such happen, that is when they are supposed to engage and shoot. You understand? So the funniest aspect of it, what really baffles me is it was not quite long. I heard that he has been dismissed. But that is that for them. I don't know what happened, but this happened. This is what he said. You understand? So, as a matter of fact, when you see that this kind of a thing is happening, for them to dismiss him, to remove him, it means that the Nigerian government does not want the terrorists to be confronted. They do not want the terrorists to be engaged. So anybody that is going to advise commanders or soldiers to go and confront terrorists whenever terrorists are destroying property or destroying the lives of people, they become the enemy of the government, and that person has to be removed immediately. That is the area that I'm trying to view it from. You understand? That is the area I'm trying to understand it from. So whatever they do is up to them. Just for us, our people, we must unite. We must unite to really do what we need to do to provide, to support our indigenous security. This is why I've always said that a foreigner cannot protect you better than your brother. A Yoruba man, an Hausa man cannot protect you better than a Biafran, than an Igbo speaking, an Isoko speaking, Urobo, Igodomigodo, Ika, Ikwere, Ijoy, Shekiri, Calabar, Idoma, Ibibio, Ita Anang, Apakiorom, Anioma, Ika, Igede, Igala, Idoma, you know, all these foreigners, they cannot protect you better than your brothers and sisters. This is why we have the Biafra Defense Forces. It's a combination of different part of Biafra, of the old eastern region, where our women tied to peace wrapper. And you cannot expect any foreigner to come and protect you better than them. So it is wise for us to invest in our indigenous security. Indigenous security doesn't mean Ebubagu. This Ebubagu and Agune Cheba, they are hired by this foreigner that owns the foreign entity called Nigeria. They are hired by the foreigner that own this foreign identity called by Nigeria. So their interest is not to protect you, the indigenous person of the land. Their interest or their target or their, what am I going to call it now? Is it their target is to protect the interest of the foreigner that hired them. This is why you could see Ebubagu, Dogachi, Agune Chamber, Asari Dokubo terrorist group, and all of them, they kill our people without even any sign of remorse or sadness that they have killed a brother. You understand? Because they are not working for your interest. They are hirelings to protect the interest of the foreigner that owns this foreign identity called Nigeria. You understand? So it will be wise for us Biafrans to really unite and support the Biafra Defense Forces. That is the indigenous security we have in Biafra land today. That is the indigenous defense that we have in Biafra land today. They are the only people that will not take the lives of innocent Biafra. They are the only security that will go after the terrorists that have come to kill Christians in Biafra land, that have come to kill babies, women, and children, traditionalists, Jewish, even Muslim that are in Biafra land, that are innocent civilians. These are the only defense forces that will protect them, that will come and kill the terrorists that have come to kill them. That is why it is very wise for us to support the Biafra Defense Forces. Even you that have been living in Nigeria, you can tell the story of Nigeria police better, not to talk of the military, not to talk of any other security agent, the core security that are committing acts of terrorism. You can tell the stories better. Even just driving on the road alone in the daytime, when you see Nigeria police, you are not safe. When you are riding a bike on afternoon korokoro, you drive across you are not safe. Anything can happen to you. You can be adopted, you can be cornered and extorted to the very last kobo that you hold. You don't feel safe around it. It is only with the Biafra you can see our people. Whenever the Biafra defense forces come around, our people gather around them, are even be hailing them, be greeting them. This is how a security agent is supposed to. It's supposed to be civilian friendly, people's friendly. You understand? The same cannot be said of the Nigerian security, so-called the security agent. You understand? Look at what is happening in Cameroon today, where about 100 years old man has been rigged into office again, and the people are protesting. Look at what the military is doing, killing innocent civilians. That's why I've said it that Africa, you cannot have peaceful protest in Africa. There is only one way to protest in Africa. Hold what your enemy hold. Hold what the oppressors hold. When they shoot at you, you shoot back at them. When you talk of peaceful protest in Africa, it's just like you just decide to waste the lives of innocent people. You understand? Instead of doing those peaceful protests, it's even better to go with the pattern of the Biafran people. If you want to do any protest, you sit at home, sit in your house. Let them come and drag you out of your house and kill you because you sit at home. If I'm doing my business or I'm doing my work, it is my choice to either go to work or sit at home. It's my choice to either go to my shop or sit at home. You understand? So just troop into the street that you want to go and do a peaceful protest. Just like you have just made giving your life out to the enemies, to the oppressor, to the foreigners and their hirelings to waste your life for nothing in the name of peaceful protest. You can only do peaceful protest in civilized countries like in the US, in the UK, Canada, France, and all of those areas. These are civilized nations, you understand? Civilians can come out in their number and protest. Even when you look at all these Islamic left-wing protesters in UK, in America, and what have you, they are very violent, but you never see the American military deployed on them, or UK military deployed on them, or France military, or German military deployed on the innocent people, innocent civilians to be killed on the street. But such cannot be said in Africa here. So let our people be really wise. And I want to speak to our Ambazonia, the Ambazonia Defense Forces as well. I think you have a very good opportunity at this moment to really get what you want to get as quick as possible and get your freedom and leave. You understand? Because in Cameroon today is chaos. You understand? A lot of heavy protest and shooting is happening on the street. It's the right time. So my people, let us support our indigenous defense. Let us support our indigenous security. That is the Biafra Defense Forces. And to as many that are doing contribution to other groups in the name of fighting for Biafra, any group that you are doing your contribution for, that is not Biafra Republic Government in exile, that was formed by the Biafran people with the Biafra Prime Minister, His Excellency Simon Ekpa, whose acting Prime Minister is Ogechukwu Kere today. If you are not making your donation through this channel, you are simply making your donation to sponsor the killing of Biafrans. Because at the end of the day, whether you contribute to Ugozi Rabeze or to Madam Rafaela Jaire and Choma and Imam Mamugu, at the end of the day, they are going to divert it to the Nigerian terrorists in Ebubagu, Caterpillar, and whatever is their name, and they will use the money to sponsor the Nigerian terrorists to come and kill our people. You understand? I talk of sponsoring a lobbyist. We heard that about $80,000 was being paid to lobbyists before by IPOB, and up to today, those lobbyists, they could not even meet one lawmaker. They could not even do anything tangible in Washington D.C. as an evidence for $18,000. They just look at the lobbyist hired by the Prime Minister that is working for the Biafra Republic government in exile today. The Moral Global Strategies, with just $10,000. Look at the number of lawmakers, of congressmen and women that the Biafra Republic government have been able to meet. So let our people be wise. There's one hungry man they call, is it Bruce Fane or Bruce Fine? I don't know, whatever they call. That is a hungry man, you understand? A hungry man. Don't give your money to such people. Otherwise, at the end of the day, they will share the money within themselves. Those that will cook a £6,000 or $6,000 pot of soup, they will go, a $600 pot of soup, they will share within themselves. Kanu Takanu, who was tweeting with the Twitter handle of our leader, Onyedumaziona the Kanata, has been kidnapped. This is another opportunity for you to enrich these people because they know that they have been forgotten. They have been forgotten. Or you enrich Ugozi Rabweze to go and gather money to, take up her law court that is in court today. Is that what you want to do? Why can't you divide that money? Why can't you donate that money to the Biafra Republic government in exile, where it can be used for the lobbyists? It can also be used for the Biafra de facto government in homeland to take care of security in the homeland. That is the right thing to do. Let us support our brothers for our indigenous security. That is the message I'm trying to say. And before I yield the mic, you see our leader speaking so boldly that I agitate for Biafra, and it is my right to do so. That is a man that is in chain, that has been locked up in DSS dungeon for over 5 years. He is bold to say that. You that is free, can you say that? What are you doing? You that is free. Are you betraying? Are you sabotaging with the likes of OGOJA, Mother Raphael, Aichama Kajere, Choma, and Imam Amugu? Are you sabotaging along with them? What are you doing? Please, let us call a spade a spade. Let us get this freedom once and for all. All this career freedom fighting, let us stop it. Every time you want to fight freedom, to push containers, to use it to do business because you are on YouTube, you want to always be making your money from you. Don't you even know that once Biafra comes today, you can even have your YouTube channel and be doing good content. You can even become a news channel. You understand? Look at this guy, Maya Tusi. We are the media. You can become another Maya Tusi. We are the media of Biafra in Africa. And by then, you have a lot of patronage. And your YouTube will be, so long as you are reporting the real news, not like the Nigeria mainstream media that will, distort the news like our leader said. Be objective in your reportage. Report the real news, what is happening. Don't twist it. Don't be influenced. Don't be financially motivated. Don't be pocketed by greedy politicians. You understand? When you are real, when you are genuine, you have the patronage that you want, and you make a very good living, legit living for yourself. But some people feel like if Biafra comes today, like the likes of Madam Raphael Ajaire or this Nigeria Unite, who calls himself Biafra Unite. Is it man Reminus, I don't even know what they call him. You understand? They feel like what Biafra comes today, that will be the end of their YouTube, and the money they make, they will not be able to make. Our people, let us unite, okay? Let us unite to get Biafra. Mabibora we Biafra, mamora wufoma. Oh mabibora we Biafra. Mamora wogana, mamora wo, mamora wo, mabibora we Biafra, mamora wogana. Thank you very much, Ayide.
Thank you, Rage. And they knocked Inky out. Inky, come back, oh my co-host. And guys, as soon as it's 8 sharp, I'll bring down the space. I will go and cook. So if you want to speak, this is opportunity. Kukuma, let me stop talking so that I'll make sure everybody speaks. 8 sharp, I go. Okay. Is it Madam Inky is back. Inky, you're welcome. They knocked you out before. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's go to Solomon. Solomon, have you spoken? Oga Solomon, okay, welcome. I'm coming. Solomon, you have the mic. Okay, Solomon is not speaking. Chooks, Pastor Chooks, you have the mic. Can somebody hear me? Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, I'm hearing you.
Okay.
Okay.
Am I coming out?
Yes.
Oh, thank you, senior citizen Esther, Stella Marcy, Thank you. Got the number. Range and Furia. Becky, 30. I saw tutors, but I think they let me kick him out. Or maybe he went for something. Okay, my people, let me start with the Musa sacking. For me, that has been the template of the Fulanis. They will use one if it gets to a level that it looks as if his work has become so much obvious to people and the thing is coming gradually to the international community. They will resign him as if to show incompetency and not trusted servant. Fulani, the kind of brain they're using on us, many of us will not understand. That his statement has been their statement for years. Remember when he went to Senate, he claimed so many things and told the Senate that the Joint National Assembly that the men are ready, and anyone who go contrary to their procedure will be punished severely. The same statement being said in another way. Just know that the people they are calling, he is calling the community that they are protesting, that they are protecting. The people they call the community, in quotes, that you soldier is meant to protect. Make sure you protect them. Anyone that come against them, go against them. The community is the community of Islamic extremists.
Now you're in that. I told you guys that Musa will always speak from both sides of his mouth. You
Not,
see it?
not,
Hey!
not the community of the secular Nigeria they are protecting. That is the community. You know, when they speak in a language, remember what who's made that statement? One of the Turkish Islamic scholar told when he was speaking to the Turkish, are they not happy now they are Muslim? Even though their fathers were not happy when they were being Islamized, but their children are not happy. That whenever they want to Islamize you, they will come politically. They will be politically correct in their statement. They will display commitment in political arena and the assignment. But their language is for you. But to them, they know what they are talking about. So the community that I'm talking about is the community of the extremists, Islamic extremists. 2, that you are meant to protect the people and protect your fellow soldier. That if your life is in danger, shoot. If the life of your fellow soldier is in danger, if you don't have any option to save him, shoot. You see, they are there to save themselves, not anybody. Because the community that are secular will come to fight them always, because their template will always display that they are not here to secure you. And you will rise to fight them. When you rose up, that is the aim. When you are rising to fight them, they are meant to fight you. That is why you always see anyone that fights against military aggression, anyone that fights against men, they will come after you. Say you are taking laws into your hand. Say you are fighting against the state. Say you are a criminal. And they term you terrorist. So when he's saying those statements, you have to know that there is no war, not even half of any word that come out of any Fulani agenda-oriented person, whether that person is Fulani or not Fulani. Anybody that is Fulani agenda-oriented, that person statement is nothing but to pacify you and to make their masters know that they are working. They will go to the bush and play, go, come outside, and be asking who is doing that. So that is it. That has been the template. Check every military chief of defense staff that are retired or sacked. They always remove them at the peak of their job, as far as Islamization agenda is concerned. The other man they removed, where is him today? What is that his name? The one that Musa replaced. Uh, Everybody will know. They remove him. Where is him today? They are removing him to shield him. Nothing. Even when they will punish him, if he do something against them, they will remove him and deal with him. So that should not move you. Anybody that is now stay in consonant with Nigerian news, you are still believing this Nigerian news. I pity you, because you are putting yourself in a condition that high blood pressure will kill you one day. You hang your hope that they are doing something, and that your hope will collapse one day, and your heart will jump into your stomach, and your system will be dancing music of going to grave.
And Chooks, can you hear me?
Yes.
I also heard that that one Igbo man, is he a Neke or whatever? They've also made him, out of the 16, Tinubu started replacing the 16 terrorists, and then he now put one name
Yeah.
that is Aneke
Aneke
for
of Enugu.
for Navy.
Yes.
So that when they will now begin to, they will tell you
Uh,
Igbos are killing Igbo. Igbos are killing Igbo.
that is it. That is it. Because I don't know how our people will understand that life of a man does not consist in the abundance of what he or she possessed. That your life, what they are paying you and giving you allowances and you living big, is a grower that is being given to and broiler agric, that he must grow very fast and also dies very fast. Agric, agric fowl will always die very fast because they grow very fast. But Igbo fowl will grow very small, and it may take 4 years for big big Igbo fowl to be big and very big. It may take long. But those one that grows fast dies fast. And that's what they are doing to our politicians, thinking that they are living. After you serve them, if you are not soiling your hand, you will run away. If you soil your hand, you will also run away. So that is Nigeria. You will run to escape for your life. That is Nigeria for you. So that they removed him is part of their template. That is the way they are doing. The only one that lasts. Okay, watch now. What did they do to Oshomole? It's the same political jigazing of their Islamization. So who started the APC chairman? Was the first APC chairman. What did they do him? It's for you to continue. They will come outside and they will be killing themselves with words. You say yes, yes, yes. It's working. It's working. Yes, now the devil, their nakedness is coming out. But when they go inside, they will be eating together, and you will clean yourself with political statement and discussion in your environment. The election will come and you do election, and they will just join themselves together and continue life. So for me, I am not disturbed that they are checking. My worry is that they are seriously working in their agenda. How are we going to be seriously working in our own agenda for freedom? most of us who are Christian, we no go to hell because they fornicated, they stole money. We're not pursuit. They fornicated, but because they supported the enemy against the people of God, the enemy that are standing against the people of God. God spoke against the Amalekites because they blocked the people from when they were going to the promised land. God recorded that one for them. And when Saul came, he told him to go and punish them by wiping them away. Pharaoh held children of Israel, his taskmasters, and every Egyptian who is living in Egypt, with even those that are serving as servant of Pharaoh, taskmasters, even though that are not taskmasters. When God came for punishment, all of them partook, faced the consequences. Bible said in Amos, woe to Amos chapter 6, woe to him that stays easy in Zion. Verse 1. You are just staying and watching what is happening. Every other person will be blackmailed because they are doing good things. Even when you gave your life to Christ, do you not see any people that blackmailed you? Is there anything good in this life somebody will be doing? You will not see people that are standing against it. Even when you go to school, they will say, you went to school to read law, that you will cause problem in their community. The people of the world, God gave them mouth and they must be talking. You are and you refuse to do that is good, that it is sin to you. You are sinning. You are sinning. In Babylon, Daniel, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, they had 4 companions that helped each other to stand. When you read the history, you will see how these 4 people teamed up to work and to keep their faith. You keep quiet. You are not teaming up secretly. You are not teaming up openly. You are not teaming up at all to support the freedom. And you know that all of us in this secular terrorist state, claimed secular, none of us Christians reach the spiritual level and the greatness of the 7 churches God wrote in Revelation chapter 2, in Revelation chapter 2 and chapter 3. All those 7 churches are located today in Turkey. Go to history, from history. All of them are located in Turkey today. They are now one country. But see how God praised them before he points their faults. He said, you are living where the throne of Satan is. The throne of Satan is. But you are not denied my name. But I have something against you. I have something against you. He points out everything they are not doing, or how they maybe inside their mind they say, maybe God, when God come down, God will do something. God will never come down from heaven to do anything for you unless you start doing that thing. God has created heaven and earth and gave man authority and dominion to rule the earth. If you are not doing anything, God will never come to do anything for you. Just the way God will not come into your house and carry rice and cook for you and bring it and put inside your mouth. God will never do that. God, the same way you have the ability to cook your food, take your bath, the same way God has given you ability and the grace for you to support your freedom. That's why you are having small money entering your hands. And if you say that you will eat all of them, there is no way you eat all of them and you will not have need. If you say you will not eat all of them, there is no way you will not eat all of them and you will not have need. If you spend all of them not enjoying yourself, you will still have need. If you not spend all of them and you're enjoying only yourself, you will still have need. Then what are you going to do? Are you going to be eating all of them and still have need without freedom? Or are you going to be supporting and still have need and get your freedom?
Just remember our topic, so you don't deviate too much. Yeah.
So, my people, no, when I come across some persons who are notable people in society. When they talk, I discover that our people, some of them are just dancing upon the hot coal, thinking that they are in AC. So, my people, anything they are doing in the military, that's why I love this topic, is for good or for bad. Because all work for good to them that love God. They understand their agenda, and we have come to know what God has called us to do for our freedom. And we must do it to support our men. Just like now, where I am now, rain started since early morning to 3 something a.m. and it stopped few minutes after 5. And now there is rain about to fall again. I don't know. Yet we have our gallant men inside the bush. When the rain was coming down, falling last night in the early morning, I was inside. If I want to go out, I went out this morning. I went with umbrella, but they are there, an open place. And you are comfortable in your place. You have 10,000. Why can't you give them little out of what you have in your security? Yet when you are traveling from your state, maybe from Delta to Abakaliki, you are carrying your heart in your stomach. If you are, so most people are not sleeping again inside vehicle when they are traveling now because of kidnapping, because some persons normally use vehicle to have rest when they are traveling because of their commitment. So we must have something to support good. If you are not supporting good, one way or the other, you are enabling bad. You are enabling bad. It's not for you to do it. Your own assignment is to support financially. Don't run into the criminals and infiltrators. We have only one APM, Biafra Republic Government in Exile, that is fighting for our freedom. Any propaganda and blackmail against anybody in this level is a fallacy. And don't be deceived. The Bible says God is not mocked. If you are deceived by anybody, any propagandist, you will not hold anybody responsible. You will hold yourself responsible. And God also will hold you responsible. Because don't be deceived. In other way, you have to work hard to know, discover the truth and to read between the lines. God bless you. Thank you, our senior citizen. Bravo. Long live Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Long live Biafra. Long live our Prime Minister. Long live our APM. I salute you all. God bless you. In Jesus' name, amen. Thank you.
Yeah, Chooks. Our Pastor Chooks. Yeah, I know when listening to you exactly. Yeah, it could look as if we are in a congregation. Yeah, but at the end of the day, you say a lot of motivational quotes. Yeah, that enters our ears. Thank you for your submission.
Please, is anybody speaking? I'm not hearing anything again. Please.
Okay, thank you. They knocked my co-host out. Mazi Onyeka. Onyeka, you have the mic. Why is I look for my co-host and bring her? Thank you, Chooks. You have finished, Chooks, huh?
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you, my ladies. Thank you, comrades. deployed in the east. They were lobbying it.
Sis, Madam Stella. When after you refresh the space, mobile in also to your phone. Oh, sorry. Sorry
Okay,
for
my
that.
lady, it's okay. So the north and even the southwest, they lobbied for them to be deployed in any part of Biafra land where they are extorting money, where they are intimidating our people. In fact, the kind of crime, the kind of dehumanization, the kind of gross crime against humanity Nigeria armed forces committed in every part of Biafra land is unforgivable. Is unforgivable. That is why I cannot pity any of them that is brought down. I'm talking about those who are genuinely recruited terrorists. Yes, because I will kill you. Happen. And they actually shot the person. Because 50 naira. They carry gun. They carry gun. I think because of that gun, the checking point in our land is they are the terrorists. They are the kidnappers now. That is why we declare them terrorists in our land. Any armed carrier that represents Nigeria in our land are terrorists from A to Z. The only way you make one of those working in offices, maybe, and those working as in office doing other job, and them also when you visit them in office for something, they will also extort money from you. Let me tell you something. You see, people think that I'm tall, but I'm the shortest person among my male siblings. Okay, my brothers are the kind of people when you recruit them in a police or military, you like to put them in the airport to showcase because they have the height, they have the physique. Okay, but my brother went to that exam for that Nigeria Defense Academy. 2 times he got it, and they denied him. They were asking him for Godfather for rubbish nonsense. That is why when they start to get people to enter, they start to laugh. What suddenly changed? What suddenly changed? What suddenly changed? So anything, presence of these people in our land are not for iota goods, not for iota. They are there to extort money, to suppress our people, to insert fear on our people, to enable Islamization and colonization. Even if we are good person, they will corrupt you. They will corrupt you. There's something when I was in Ondo State, precisely, or the local government, precisely. We used to own a boutique shop. And that brother, and when I come back from school, I will be there. There are times I will sleep because the shop having a room, I will sleep there. There was a night they put coffee, and coffee means restriction of movement, as long as I know. So I could live in this. I was closed. Then I took shower. I sat in the front of the shop on the chair. These police people, they came and bundled me. He said, they just came as if they're chasing criminal. Say, I should enter, but this. No, you know, other people were there, other Yoruba people were there, but they just focus on me. So I said, okay, let us go. Let us go. I'm in my shop, I'm not moving. They said, coffee restriction of movement. Was I moving? Was I seeing me walking on the street? I was sitting in front of the shop. So I had to go. I followed them to the police. Then they picked another person. So immediately I went to the station. They wanted to shut me up. I said no. I look at the highest rank among them. I met them. I told him I was sitting in the shop. They came at me, look at my towel. Then that man looked at me, look at how he said, after you take this back to the shop. So, you know, the kind of those people that so that you forget that you go to my shop. So when they see me, they throw this. The kind of how these people humanize our people. Sometimes you have kids with a person who is not a stranger, maybe a person. They will know clearly that you are You are not at fault, but they try to maneuver, make everything to blame you. So I explain those things. When I'm speaking, I speak with facts. I am the last person that we fabricate lies to pay people back because I know the implication. I know the implication. Okay? Whatever I'm saying is what I experienced. Okay? First hand or close to the person who experienced it. So Nigeria, anything in Nigeria, they have almost I'm telling Nigeria, nothing. I'm telling you, that is why I'm telling fellow indigenous people that these young generations don't allow yourself to be used, because if you remember old and new, yes, your parents past, they did wrong against us. They paint us bad. They speak of us. Never happens to they do. Just stigmatization is not. You cannot endure, none of you can endure what you did to us. What they did to us, they cannot endure. That's why when you talk against Igbo person, I say you don't know. You cannot wear what you. You can't. You cannot wear what you. We're taking a love bullet for everybody, and we want to continue. So, Biafra people, it is our duty to rise up. Why I forgive them? Because some of them are not aware. They were deceived. But if they did not allow, if they allowed them second time, we remember old and new. For them. That is my message always to them. And anybody who care to listen. Nigeria system is structured to destroy our value, destroy who we are, to subdue us. And I thank you for the kind of people we have. If not, we would have been subdued by now. When people imagine talk about giving 20 pounds, people don't take it as little. They don't know what it is. Women, oh, my mother was a veteran. My father was a veteran. Two of my uncle was a veteran. Okay, I know the story very well. I know the story very well. I know the story very well. Why I say my mother is a veteran is this. Any woman who carry her children to run around during the war to help to cook for them is a veteran. It's not easy. When you see them, they are careless. Who are you to intimidate my mother? She doesn't speak English. That is why I tell you, if you don't speak English, you make yourself inferior. That means you don't know anything. My mother will get you and you stand, drug out, I think it's a time magistrate. So you not speak English to know you're right. So my people, in Nigeria is not our something any human being will validate for this minute. That's why I'm still passing this message to those who want to fear Biafra and in Biafra territory. If you know what is good for you, don't come out for any election, because the land will soak your blood. We'll force some people to do what is right, because fear will not allow them to do that. So therefore, we'll force them to do it. Those who will perish will perish. That is my submission.
Thank you so much, Mazionyeka. My people, yeah, I was a bit distracted. I didn't get all this. I know that we always enjoy your submissions. Exactly, especially the way these Fulani children, if we treated us, you know. And then we Biafrans, we also made the mistake of calling Fulani Hausas. Yes, we have always, my dear, it's just that it's some of us, our eyes are just realizing all these things.
My lady, they also people and they're getting it. They also Fulani and they're together. They speak the same. It's our fault. Those who do this, they also people. Because I've them so much. Yeah.
Exactly. So the people that we were calling Hausas, when we were in secondary school, university, those people are Fulani. So yes, because you see the way Nigeria, the zoo has been going. The zoo in the 70s was at least, when $1 was equal to 1 naira. But these Fulanis, they have always been there. They have always been there. And that is why they kept going down, 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 down. You see? And the land is just in the verge of complete collapse. You see? We Biafrans, and you look on to that Biafra must be restored. Because that their packet that they are heading towards, that thing that is in Port Harcourt River State, that thing can never get to Fulani permanently. Yeah, they may be enjoying it now, but it's a temporary enjoyment. That is what we're trying to tell them. This their enjoyment is going to last. Our next generation is not going to struggle that thing with Fulanis. Mba. So, my people, the motivation we motivate ourselves is that we are on the right track. God bless man Nnamdi Kanu for standing strong. Unu for na court now. Agunia. Unu focus. That's the lion roaring. Relenting. How many years has he in that small room now? How many years gone Ogolu? She is not going to 6 years. Who will do it for you? Not even your brother. Who is going to do that kind of thing for you? If you heard it now, is it? I don't know if it's one Arab man that said that he was offered 500 billion or Semba. I want Biafra. And again, can you be able to sacrifice it? I've tried. Let me go home and face my
additional
son.
5 billion every
His son
month.
is.
Additional 5 billion every month. I know you well.
Oh my God, that is my people. You see his son now. His son is as smart as him. From there now, he's in London here in a private school. Now in a class. He's a genius like his dad. If you
set this government in motion, and suddenly there was a CRC CRC that is supposed to be resolving cases, created cases, wanted to resolve it by himself for himself. Mad people everywhere, you know. So it's not what we are even interested in. Let's get to the big fish. The big fish is official about. They dissolve Nigeria. Nigeria is a fragile country, a frozen country. Nigeria is a failed country, and as such must be solved, so that people in a geographical location can have life, can live. Dissolve it, and into 4 different countries, and let people begin to move themselves. And this government will stop. Fulani will be pushed back to Futajelon, or to Saudi Arabia, or wherever. They are Arabs, they are not Africans. They are not from that geographical location you Nigeria. Fulani are the visitors. They should go back to Jelon where they came from, and leave the houses alone, and leave the Yorubas and Middle and Biafrans alone. How about their offspring? You know, their genetic intermixed breed. Yeah, anyone that want to follow their wicked father Fulani, they can follow their wicked father back to Futajelon, where they came from. But you see, and you want to stay with your mother, then you must be good because your mother is good. Want to stay with your mother, Biafra, then you must be good. Your mother took care of you, pampered you, fed you. For to say thank you, Mama, what do? You turned around and started killing your uncles and your aunties, and you are a wicked child. So you decide to stay with your mama. Be good because your mom is good. Your mama is good. Your Biafra mama is good. Stay with your mama and do the right thing. I told you it's a matter of choice, a matter of your soul. What have you decided today? Are you on the Lord's side or are you on the devil's side? Make a choice. The choice is yours. It's for you to choose. Even those days when the Israelites were moving out of Egypt, some Egyptians followed them because they loved their way of life. Our Sinkiru, they loved their way of, they call them mixed multitude. A lot of them followed the Israelites. They left Egypt. One even said, let your God be my God, your people, my people. Where you die, I die. What you eat, I eat. They blended in well. Until today, they are called the Israelites. No. Because they loved what the Israelites were doing. So where's your conscience, people? How can you be treating your Mama Biafra like that? What did Mama Biafra do to you? She only took care of you, nurtured you, fed you, clothed you. And now for you to say thank you, Mama, you started fighting your mother, started fighting your sister, your mama's sister, your aunties. You started fighting your uncles. Change your bad ways. Repent. Repent, for the kingdom of God has come upon you. Repent or you go to hell. I tell you, you see that your 72 virgin is nowhere to be found. You will be so disappointed, I tell you. You will be so disappointed. That 72 virgin is a fake news. I tell you, it's a fake news. It's not real. Forget it. You're being brainwashed for decades. Can you imagine? Just relax. Breathe in, breathe out. Can you imagine? Somebody tell you, go and chop another person's head off. Come, I will take you to paradise. And I will give you virgins. And everything that I had is not.
It's very everything in Islam is brainwashed. Everything.
No, Onyeka, you're welcome.
Yeah, I say everything they say they are conquered with you. Everything they say there is brainwash. You know, to fool them to achieve their evil agenda. It's a cultism. In fact, I love China. China, I love you. I love you because you before I was speaking against China, now I know that they care about their people so much. Anything that will take you to protect your people's interests, do it. You see how they're destroying the most, they call it mental illness. That is what they really does. If you love it, stay in your country with that nonsense. Why are you expecting it to disturb people? I'm telling you, these people don't know how angry we are, and this is their nonsense. If there's any they can do it, we let them know that they cannot bring that rubbish in Biafra land. No Igbo man is Islam. All these people that parading themselves are the same infiltrated blood. No Igbo man is Islam. No Biafra man is Islam. They must understand this. Good, my leader, I just want to call with you.
Thank you. Yes, no Biafra man or woman is Islam. You see them today is because they have been trapped. They will tell them, you know what? I will take you to Dubai. I will buy you a mansion, your dream house. I will buy you a luxurious, your dream luxurious car. When they buy yourself to pay insurance is even a problem for you. You're so fake. You know, they will take them to London, take them to anywhere. They go and visit their dream countries. They get there and got radicalized. They remove what makes you human. They remove what makes them human. They now come back and begin to chop off other people's head in the name of deity somewhere that didn't create, that couldn't create a human. Where was your Allah when God was creating the whole world? He created the heavens and the earth. Where was he? Answer, you cowards. Where was he? How can you be taking glory over what you are not part of? How can you be taking glory over what you are not part of? Who gave you the audacity? Who gave you right to be killing other humans? When you can't, if you say you can't, tell me how many pieces hair on my hair. Count it and tell me how many. Where were you when God was creating? Suddenly now you're coming out to help him do what? Stop your nonsense help. Stop it. Stop your wickedness. It's wickedness. Talking about Musa. Musa is a scam. Forget it. Musa is a 419. A terrorist. Okay? And let me see with Musa. Musa has been always a killer. He killed thousands and thousands of Biafra Christians. And I'm turning around and told the media world that everything is okay now. There's no security. Forget it. You know, I told him, Musa, you are a general. But we have another general in Burkina Faso that are doing the opposite of what you're doing. And you say, is that not a general too? Must you choose to be wicked and must you choose to be devilish?
That one is
Now you're being
that one is rank, my relative. That one is captain. He's even below rank to that rank of Musa, but Musa cannot do what.
Oh, in Musa? Oh, are you crying? I need to see Musa these days. Let's see how his face is. If he's crying, or if he has repented, who knows when he finish killing us? No, your portion will still be in hell. Mm-hmm. Your portion will still be in hell. Because we were here telling you, stop the killing. Where did you get the name Christopher? You are not a Christian. Now hearing that you're from Kanu. Before they said you're from. Where are you from, Musa? Musa the Fulani, forget it. Musa is the Fulani, bloody Fulani that are killing my brothers and sisters. How far, Musa? Everything good? You know,
they are bringing the food that they are giving them in the northern side is not enough. At least let them try, let them come close, so that at least they will come and graze very well together with them. That is why they are shouting. Or is it from my mouth? We will not hear. Is it not on the news? That is why they are talking now, because they have already seen that, you know, it's not business as usual. So that is the reason why they are some of them, some that have sense, are talking. So while the remaining ones, until they will always wait, maybe until it happens. So that is the only thing I see there. So the threat has already been given, and I believe that they are preparing, because it will happen. No,
No, hold on, no,
yeah.
hold on, because when you say participating, 1 million, it's like going to join them in their one
No,
Nigeria
no,
state.
no, no, no.
Is that what you mean?
No, 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 no. I mean, maybe if you are following Wada Chicago, if she's on live, maybe probably we are not live on X. You can join. You can join, because at least the comments matters. Your contributions, it matters, because there are so many people that will be coming there to be writing rubbish. That's why you see her always fighting. Sometimes she it's not easy, because the kind of comment and the kind, if you don't have anybody to counter it, it gives her a lot of stress. And there are a lot of these people that are paid. I know that they are already paid and sponsored, so it is just for them to come there and be preaching propaganda, hate, and all this that can never ever fly. So
You're correct. So our brothers and sisters here, you understand what 1 million is saying now?
yes.
So when we see our sister Obi Chicago in TikTok, we should go there and join and listen, and also chat and find out what's going on, so she will have enough backup.
And also,
we need
and
backup.
like her, if you have 2 gadgets, when we are speaking here, you open another one, just you will showing live there. That is what she's doing. If you have laptop and multiple gadgets, you just press those things. That is how she's doing it. When we are on X like this, we just open TikTok. What we're doing here will be streaming there. Those who have multiple gadgets should do so as well. That is it. Because as we are communicating here, it will also be hearing there. People will be listening. So I try to do that, but it's not working here. It's not allowed here. It's not allowed in India here, because India did not agree. They agree. That's something they don't agree with them. India are banned it in India. You cannot access it from India, but they banned it. So that is it.
So Biafrans, you guys have heard what is happening now, because now we have opportunity for social media. Let's make good use of it. Now we don't have radio. Remember, we don't have radio, and so the only way for people to hear our voice, hear what BRGIE is doing, is through social media. And this social media, we must also, get to all of them. Not only in Twitter, not only in YouTube. We have TikTok, we have Instagram, we have a lot of places. Wherever we can move the message, so that the whole world will know what's going on.
Yes,
Biafrans must be free from the hands of terrorist Islamic Fulani Nigeria government. Enough is enough of them killing Biafran Christians. Enough. The only way is to dissolve Nigeria. There's no need of changing the general. They're all killers. They're all terrorists. They've terrorized Nigerians enough. So you changing official about, you changing the general is of no use. It will yield no fruit good. Dissolve Nigeria. This marriage is not working. It has never worked. You just
I don't even get it. If Tinubu is changing commander or general, that means he's bringing another more brutal Boko Haram that is worse than the Musana.
Thank you.
That is what it means.
Thank you.
That's because we have told them that Nigeria is not a country, so, and they know. Dissolve it. You say no. It will dissolve on their head, though. Just go ahead, because these people don't think that they are even.
Hold on, guys, because if you see now Cameroon, hey guys, have you seen what's going on in Cameroon?
Absolutely.
They are burning down their representatives' houses. They are burning it down. Because Biya won the
It's an insult to entire Africa. Cameroon issue is an insult to entire Africa. Entire Africa. Can you imagine? All the people that are in charge are from 80 years up. From 80 years up. Do you see?
No. Hold on. No, Biya is 93 or 94 years, not 80 years.
From 80 years up. From 80 years up, I'm saying. From 80 years up. All the people that are in charge from 80 years up. It's an insult to entire Africa. What is happening in Cameroon? It's an insult to entire Africa. To show that France is heartless. France is evil. Evil. That is why anybody is bringing them into Africa, chasing them out, is bringing them. I want to say something because this is something. I want to give a warning to those who think that we don't know what we're doing. You see, I made some tweets. Anybody who think that creating additional states in so-called Southeast we flexible our rigid resolve, that person is definitely lives in full paradise. Okay, anybody in that contraction that think that creating additional states that we flexible our rigid resolve in place for Biafra, the person is definitely living in a full paradise. Okay, if you like, develop Biafra land like Dubai and let it be part of Nigeria, we don't need it. We don't need it. So as to know how serious we are. Develop Biafra land like Dubai, let it be called Nigeria. We don't need it. We don't need it. We don't need, want to resolve it, cut anything Nigeria off.
Mazi.
Thank you.
Mazi.
Go ahead.
Good number. Wait, Cheregodo. What are you saying?
You know,
Which Dubai? Which Dubai? Oh, no, hold on, my brother. No worry.
Wait.
Me, have I not made this stand before? I have told them that if they like, let them bring. Oh God, let them bring the whole gold in Zamfara. Use it to come and build anything in Biafra land. It is nothing. Under Nigeria, God forbid bad thing. God forbid. It will never ever stand. It will not stand, my brother. We don't need it. We do not need it. What we need is our own. We do not need anything. They should get the message very, very clear.
Absolutely. I listen to that.
Are we beggars? Are we beggars? Are we not blessed? Have we not been their source of living for decades? Do they think that we do not realize who we are? So we don't need anything from them. They should just let us be. We just want to be alive. We want to be in our ancestral land. We want to be in our home. We don't need anything from them. We do not need anything from them.
Absolutely. I listened to Ned Nwoko interview. He's telling them that he has spoken to many youths. You know, when they talk those lies, it hurt me. Says I've spoken to many youths that are agitating IPOBS that getting of the release and getting of the state we definitely do something. Yes, releasing the Kanu with easy tension. But I wanted to understand even Mazin and the Kanu. Listen, this is very important. I think maybe we record this place and share it for them. Even Mazin and the Kanu come out now to say different things. We push him aside and focus. They should understand that what he's doing is our mind. We sent him that message. He's speaking our mind. Okay? Even if you come out now and speak different words, again, contrary to what we're doing, we push him aside. Let them for them to understand that. Okay? So he's not the one, he's speaking the mind of the gods of the land. The mind of the gods of the land, the voice from nature.
Good evening, wonderful people, great Biafrans, wherever you are, on the face of this very planet Earth, especially those of you watching me live on Instagram. I welcome each and every one of you, and as I do welcome you, as always, I will ask you to welcome those around you. The time now is precisely 2 minutes past 7 p.m. in the blessed land of Biafra. And I should say, by the same number of minutes past the top of the hour, regardless of where you are. I welcome you by saying good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night to some of you, because unlike any other, this very broadcast, simulcast on multiple platforms, this very day, morning, noon, or night, depending on where you are, is being relayed right across the face of this very planet Earth. A lot of people are watching, a lot of people are listening, and many of you will be blessed as a result of it. And as I do welcome you, please endeavor, or should I say, try to welcome other people as well. As you know, Facebook is doing their best to try to suppress what we are doing. They are trying to frustrate us into submission that we may not be able to broadcast as EFIK-IBIBIO has mandated us to, but they have failed very, very woefully. And they will continue to fail. Today's date is the 8th day of March in the year of our Most High Elohim 2021. My name is Anambra-Igbo. I am the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra all over the world, the director of Radio Biafra and Biafra Television, and by the very special grace of the Most High Elohim, a servant of the wonderful people of Biafra. Regardless of where you are, as I said earlier, we are welcoming you. And we are going to pray as it is customary for us to do here. If you want to see me live, should I say, see me, I should say, not just hear my voice. You go to my Instagram handle, I should say. It is _, you know, the slash that is at the bottom, _official. A lot of people, I wouldn't say a lot of people, there are about, how many of you? I think about 99 people are now watching. Am I correct? Yes, I think roughly about that. And it's owned by Facebook as well, incidentally, so it won't surprise me if they try to kick us out sometime during the course of this very, I should say, enlightening program this very evening. Once again, I welcome each and every one of you. And before we proceed, we are going to pray. As it is usual with us here on this platform, we pray because we are nothing without the Almighty. We are going to offer praise and adoration to Him as always, and I will, of course, should I say, unfailingly pray in the language of heaven. Some may misunderstand, some of them may try to misconstrue, but one thing is certain right now, in the presence of the Almighty God, Elohim, Adonai, El Shaddai in heaven, the angels are singing, worshiping, and praising the Most High with the very oldest language on the face of this very earth, the Igbo language. And that's how I'm going to pray. Ezi onye nwe anyị na Chineke nna nke pụrụ ime ihe niile, Chukwu okike abịa ma bụ onye anyị na-efe na-agọzi aha nsọ ya, onye ọbụla anyị ya na-achị, onye mmụọ na mmadụ na-erubere isi, onye ọbụla anyị ya bụ ọkaka. Ụbọchị ene ka anyị na-etu gị eze ebube dị ngọzi, mmalite na ọgwụgwụ. Ndị Igbo wee tuo gị ebighị ebi, onye nwe m, ụmụ gị wee gbakọọ n'ụwa niile iwe nara ozi ọma nke gị onwe gị n'ezi ha site n'ọnụ mmadụ dị ndụ nna nke ebere dị ngọzi. Anyị wee na-asị na onweghị ihe ọbụla nke anyị onwe anyị bụ n'ihi na ọ bụ anụkpa ahụ sọsọ ka mmadụ dị ndụ bụ. Ofu ụbọchị anyị ga-anwụ, maka na okwu nsọ gị na-adịghị ma ruo mgbe ebighị ebi. N'ihi na okwu gị niile ga-abịarịrị na mmezu, ọ bịa mere Biafra ga-eji wee bịa na mgbe nke anyị. Anyị wee na-akpọkụ gị wee na-arịọ gị na-asị, lekwa ude nke anyị na-asụ n'akwa nke anyị na-ebe ka o metụta gị n'obi. Onye nwe m na Chineke nna nke igwe, biko dịka isi wee napụta ụmụ gị n'ọbụ n'Ijipt, kwetu wee wezuga ụmụ gị bụ ndị Biafra mgbe ekwensu bụ zuu nke mmadụ dị ndụ kere. Anyị wee na-aja gị mma, na-asị gị n'ime ọnọdụ anyị anyị ga-ekele ha nsọ gị, wee nye gị nsọpụrụ n'ụtọ na-eji ama mgbe niile. N'ihi na anyị enweghị chi ọzọ ewezuga gị, anyị onwe anyị anaghị efe arụsị. Ọbịa mere iji wee na-agọzi nzọmụkwụ anyị niile. Ọbịa mere IPOB ji wee gbaa mgbọrọgwụ n'ụwa niile, anyị anaghị atụ egwu mmadụ dị ndụ. Anyị wee na-eto gị eze ebube dị ngọzi, sị gị biko gbatara anyị ọsọ enyemaka. Ọ bụ naanị gị bụ onye anyị na-efe nwanyị akpụ isi ala nye, ka i wee napụta ndị gị n'ọbụ nke ekwensu. Anyị wee na-enye gị ofe na nsọpụrụ na ija mma, na-asị lekwa ka ndị iro anyị niile ka kasisi wee baa ha ọnụ, ha wee daa hapụghị ikuni ọzọ. Obodo ekwensu bụ zu ala nwekwa n'iyi eze ebube dị ngọzi. anya nwanyị bụ ụmụ gị wee na-akpọkwa ha nsọ gị na-asị na enweghị chi ọzọ ewezuga gị anyị wee na-aja gị mma wee na-eto gị na-asị onye kere ihe niile kere eke mana onwe onye kere na n'otuto niile na nsọpụrụ niile na ịja mma niile site n'ebighị mara onye bi ka a na-ajọ gị ise. Having handed over our proceedings to heaven, we must therefore proceed unfailingly and very speedily to preach this very gospel that we have been mandated to preach this very day, because heaven and earth will bear us witness that they came in their time and the gospel of redemption was preached and men were saved from their folly. This evening I will start by calling upon Bishop Coker, or should I say all the Catholics around the world, to please warn Bishop Coker to desist from making statements and comments that will annoy God Almighty in heaven. If he continues in the manner that we have deduced he is likely to follow, then I will place curse on him in public. I'm not saying this very lightly because he is a man that I have enormous regard and respect for. Bishop Coker, I respect him. I love him immensely. But he came up with some statements which are, should I say, unbecoming of a sensible, reasonable human being. Therefore, he must retrace his steps. We must also remind ourselves that a few days ago, I said something about those of them trying their damnedest best to try to keep Nigeria together, a zoological republic that should not exist in the first place. And this evening, I want to reinforce this very fact, that the curse that I placed upon United Kingdom, a people that I revere and I love very much, people that I hold their citizenship and have sworn allegiance to, and will continue to defend their interest, genuine interest, of course, because I am an Anglophile at heart. That very Britain today, it is not been up to 7 days that I made that statement live here on air. The leader of the Welsh people have come out to make a categorical statement that Britain no longer exists in their own thinking. This is what I want to guide the thinking of all our people. I want it to guide our understanding of what is happening in the zoo, and to understand also the spiritual dimension which we have chosen to pursue this very noble cause. According to Mark Drakeford, who is the leader of the Welsh people in the UK, and I quote, "The United Kingdom is over," he said. UK, as I told you a few days ago, that anybody who has a hand or who is trying to keep Nigeria together, their kingdom or their entity will disintegrate. These are the things that I want you to understand this very evening, that Nigeria has expired. The wrath of Almighty God is upon Nigeria. Look at Tinubu, for example, what the Yorubas are going through on his account. Look at how the Christian minorities in the north are being slaughtered and brutally massacred by the Janjaweed elements of the caliphate. Because the likes of Bishop Coker is there preaching unity that he knows doesn't exist. Because Britain is directly involved in trying to keep together what God Almighty has rendered asunder. That is the reason why Mark Drakeford has come out to say that United Kingdom is over. He's a very heavyweight politician in the UK, the leader of the Welsh people. He is the first minister of the Welsh people. Wales, of course, in the UK. He's a principality. And mind you, Prince Charles is supposed to be the Prince of Wales, or should I say, the titular head of the government of Welsh people. But here we have Mark Drakeford saying it categorically that Britain is over. And I warned Britain, if you continue to meddle in the affairs of Nigeria to the extent whereby you are presenting a stumbling block to the emancipation of the children of God, the children of light, United Kingdom will be decimated. Because you're very proud and very arrogant, because you think that you're Caucasian, you're white, you can do anything and get away with it, you may think that the disintegration of the UK has nothing to do with Biafra, but I can assure you categorically that it has. If you do not stop meddling in Nigeria, if you do not stop this, your, should I say, perverted racist devotion to keeping people who shouldn't be one together in one monstrous entity called the Zoological Republic of Nigeria. Believe you me, God Almighty in heaven will destroy Britain beyond recognition. And it started to happen already. It is happening already. I warned you and I told you. You may disregard the agitation for Biafra and tag it as nothing. Because you came, you saw, you conquered, and you colonized. But I'm warning you today, if you continue, the wrath of God will be upon you. As I warned the zoo many, many years ago, if you don't allow we Biafrans to go, that zoological republic called Nigeria will be a worse place than Somalia. And today it is happening. And if you have not applied for your Somalian visa, please try and do so. Should I say Somali visa? Try and do so as quickly as possible, because the zoo is on the path of destruction. And there is nothing man can do to reverse it. Mark today's date and what I'm telling you. Nigeria will be destroyed beyond human comprehension. So says the Lord of hosts. Anything I tell you here is gospel. Anything I open my mouth to tell you must come to pass. Because Almighty determined that we should come. And we have come to preach this very gospel in truth and in every honesty. And I want Britain to understand this today. If you stand as an obstacle on the path of Biafra freedom, you will be destroyed. The same way that the late dead Buhari tried. Buhari tried to stop Biafra from coming. Today he's in a shallow grave in Saudi Arabia. Not only that, that kingdom he was trying to build is now shaking. That very kingdom, that very Fulani Caliphate, the Fulani takeover of Nigeria is in tatters. Because we are here, or should I say, Chukwukika determined that we should come. And nothing, absolutely nothing is going to stop us from performing the will of the Almighty. Today, I can tell you categorically that in the United Kingdom, the First Minister of Wales, part and parcel of this United Kingdom that colonized, enslaved, subjugated, and still colonizing the zoo called Nigeria till today, a part of Britain have now said that they're going to divide. They will leave. Scotland will leave. Wales will leave. Northern Ireland will join the Irish Republic. And you only have the Little England at last. And when all these things are happening to them because of their pride and ego, they will not acknowledge that the work they did against the children of God in Biafra land is what is responsible for their demise as a once great nation or a once great people. They are also on the path of decline, and nothing can reverse it unless they stop meddling in the affairs of Biafra. The United Kingdom is over, and a new union should be crafted to reflect a voluntary association of 4 nations. In other words, Britain will no longer exist. You have England, you have Wales, you have Scotland, and you have Northern Ireland. The reason for that is because they meddled in the affairs of the children of God. As I told you earlier, Almighty God in heaven has a way of punishing his children. And we have been roundly punished, believe you me. If you have to be subjugated under the very cruel, barbaric rule of Fulani Janjaweedism, you will understand what we are talking about. As I'm speaking to you right now, most villages are under siege. There are killings and rapings, abductions and murder going on right across the length and breadth of the Zoological Republic. But they cannot understand what is happening to them. They know that the problem of insecurity in Nigeria is intractable for the simple reason that they have failed, should I say, to allow Biafra to go. The sooner they understand this or realize this, the better for everybody. But I'm not sure they will, because they are very stubborn, and as God hardened the heart of Pharaoh to fail, so are they also going to fail. And that is why those of them who are in Benue State, that is why the likes of Governor Autumn or the very young man who was mouthing his rubbish a day or two ago concerning the deployment of Eastern Security Network into Lower Benue is in for a very, very difficult and horrible experience of their lives. I must warn also Governor Autumn of Benue State. I am not laying claim to Benue State, the entirety of Benue State, not at all. What I'm making very clear to you is that there are Igbo people, Igbo communities, not traders, not migrants, not settlers, no. These are our traditional towns communities and villages wickedly gerrymandered into the north. That you have Igbo people today answering Igbo names, speaking Igbo language, who are answering to Northerners. An abomination before God Almighty in heaven. I will not allow it to continue. Those Igbo-speaking parts of Benue State is part and parcel of Biafra. Part and parcel of the eastern region. And should anything happen to them, if you fail to control Fulani incursion into that very territory, then ESN will continue to do their work. And I have commended them earlier and allow me to do so again at this very moment. I commend the men and women, not just of our high command, but also of the Eastern Security Network that successfully pursued and apprehended a notorious Fulani bandit by the name Muhammad Isa. We have the videos. For those of them claiming he's an old man, they're all lying, and they know it very well. He is the leader of a gang of abductors, of rapists, and of murderers, tormenting our farming communities. But I'm glad to report this very evening, morning or night, depending on where you are, that that menace, that threat has been permanently put to bed. It will no longer happen. Should our people in Benue State be subjected to further attacks, I am also informing Governor Autumn of Benue State. I will make sure that ESN returns to that very area. Or should I say, come out of the bushes to confront whoever comes against the children of the Most High God, Elohim in heaven. This is a warning to all of you. For those of you that specialize in, should I say, in twisting the obvious, in turning truth into lies, I never claimed the whole of Benue State. You people carved Igbo people into Benue, which is unacceptable. We are in an era, not that of the old, compromised and discredited Ohaneze Ndiara and Ndioshu. Not in that very era. No, we are not in that anymore. We are not in the era of compromised governors in the pocket of the Fulani Caliphate. No. We are now in the era of IPOB. And no inch of territory belonging to traditional, should I say, ethnicities making up Biafra will be surrendered to anybody, no. And in Benue State, we have taught them, while they were discussing that, don't come to Benue, we are already on the ground in Benue State, in Lower Benue. And we are not in Benue State that doesn't belong to us. We are in Igbo parts of Benue State, Igbo communities of Benue State. And we are there to defend them, and that is precisely what we are going to do, and nobody is going to discourage us otherwise. We are making it very clear today that the Eastern Security Network is on the ground. We are on the ground in Benue State, and in every part of Biafra land for that matter. We are in Cross River, we are in Akwa Ibom, we are in Bayelsa. Everywhere it is happening. Anywhere we confront Fulani headsmen, these terrorists, we will drive them away. Be rest assured, we are not going to rest one iota until our farmlands, our homes, and our forests are secure. What is happening in Yoruba land cannot happen in Biafra land. Nobody, no idiot can come from anywhere to claim any inch or parcel of Biafran forest. It is not doable. Instead, we all die there. That is why I am making this presentation live, at least for those of you who may be able to come over on Instagram, that I am on Instagram and I'm live. If you want to see a live video of this very broadcast, it is there. You can and should be able to see it. Anywhere in Biafra land we confront Fulani terrorists, we shall meet them head on. We know that they are part of the police and the army. Danjuma himself, General T.Y. Danjuma himself, testified before the British Parliament that the army of Nigeria and the police are colluding in the conquest of indigenous populations in Nigeria. And we are no exception to that very horrible and sinister conspiracy. The police we have in our land are terrorists in uniform. The army we have in Biafra land are basically terrorists. They are there to aid and to support Fulani Janjaweed advancement to the Atlantic Ocean. And we are there to stop them, and we are stopping them, and will continue to stop them. A few days ago, as I said, We embedded our men and women of the Northern Command of Eastern Security Network. When we said Northern Command, people were confused. Biafra land is a nation. We have Northern Biafra, we have Central, we have the South, which is the coastal region, we have the East, and we have the West. When I talk about the Northern Command, I'm talking about the northern part of Biafra land, which incidentally starts from Benue State. So we are to be there. If you don't want us to be in Benue State, quickly go back to Abuja and appeal to them. Tell them to release Igbo people in Benue and have them back to Ebonyi State, where they should belong, or Enugu State, as the case may be. Therefore, anybody, you know what about Nigeria is they tend to defend the aggressor. It is in the DNA in Nigeria to always support evil. That is why this very newspaper publication, I don't have a means of putting it here on Instagram where I am broadcasting live, where you can see my face and my facial expression, but it will be on my Facebook page. If you go there, you will see it. This publication was made on January 23 of 2021, this very year. It is a front page news by Vanguard. I want you to understand how an average Nigerian thinks, how they reason, why I think that Nigeria itself is a curse upon humanity. There on the front page, you will see, we will kill all policemen and take over Edo State. Fulani Janjaweed, those they claim are foreigners. These people they told us are foreigners. They come from Mali, from Senegal, from Gambia, from heaven knows where, from Niger, from Chad, from Northern Cameroons. But they are in Nigeria, killing people. After killing us, they will not turn around and tell us to absorb them into our communities. That is why anybody, any Igwe, any PG, any greedy, avaricious fool, stupid enough to give any of our land to Fulani Janjaweed, you are finished. There was a man in Enugu that tried the same nonsense. Go and ask him where he is today. We take no prisoners. You see, the land of Biafra must be defended at all cost. At all cost. It is the land of God, given to his children for their eternal habitation. We may have failed in the past to recognize this very fact, but now that this generation has come, there is nothing anybody can do to stop us from restoring the kingdom of God upon the face of this very earth in the land of Biafra, without apologies to anybody. I understand that the Sadikin Fulani of Lagos went to see the US ambassador to Nigeria in Lagos a few days ago. And according to the message, or should I say information coming out of the US mission, they said is to foster cohabitation and unity, that diversity is strength. And I want to lay that particular nonsensical narrative to bed tonight before I continue any further. Anybody telling you about strength in diversity, that person is a liar and a deceiver. And the US ambassador is a liar and a deceiver. One thing they don't teach we Africans is this. No country exists on a foundation of multiculturalism. There is nowhere in the world. Listen to me very carefully. All this nonsense, even the crap that Coca was coming up with, telling you about diversity is our strength and all that rubbish. Allow me to repeat, there is no country on this earth that survives on a foundation or a bedrock of multiculturalism. It doesn't exist. That is why multiculturalism in Africa is dead on arrival. It can never work. Because we are tribal beasts by nature. We are tribal by nature. That is why we travel from wherever we are during New Year's, during Christmas, during Easter, during New Year festival to go back home where we come from. Because that is where we identify with. Now, let me ask the US ambassador a very simple question. Is United States of America a multicultural society? US, that was created and built by Western Europeans. US was created, should I say, created by God, of course, built by Western Europeans. Mostly English people that was fed up with the way of life of the English monarchy. They went to America on Mary Rose. I want to ask the US ambassador, I want to teach Africans what they don't know this evening. There is no country that functions on this multi-ethnic rubbish. Nowhere in the world. Not even the USA. that was created by people who are not indigenous to America. The owners of the soil of America are Native American Indians. That is a fact of life. God gave America to Western Europe to develop and gave them a special grace to be the beacon and the light and the conscience of the world. Because God knew that if he had left all these wonderful people in Europe, they would become contaminated. He removed them from Europe, sent them to America, built a wonderful nation as a shining light and a beacon for the whole world to look up to. Even that America that was built from scratch by people who are not indigenous to the land is not multicultural. Why am I saying this? America was founded on the principles of Judeo-Christian, Greco-Roman, democratic value systems. I repeat, America is not multicultural. They accommodate other races and other nations. Yes, they can accommodate you. But where you're coming into, the bedrock, the foundation of America is based on Judeo-Christian principles, Greco-Roman political ideology, which is republicanism. America is not multicultural. America is Western Europe. The value systems of Western Europe, Judeo-Christian, Greco-Roman, Republican governance. Had America been a multicultural society, they would have space for Sharia. I'm now addressing the US ambassador to try to tell them to stop deceiving people. We are educated, we went to school for a reason. We are enlightened and we have our brain intact. There is no country on this earth that runs on this wishy-washy multiculturalism. It doesn't happen. What you have are established order and value systems upon which various cultures can now coexist. If you go to America, you coexist under the provisions of the United States Constitution. And the US Constitution is a Christian constitution, not Islam. America is not multicultural, but under that bedrock of liberty and egalitarianism, you allow other cultures to come in. But first of all, they must swear allegiance to or take an oath to uphold the Constitution of the USA. That is something that the US ambassador never told the Janjaweed that went to visit her. The same way that Nigeria cannot function as a viable entity. Wole Soyinka knows what I'm talking about. I'm even sure somebody who claims he's learned, as Bishop Coker is, understands what I'm talking about. No country on this earth. The value system of the state of Israel is based on Judaic principles. The value system of Russia is entirely theirs, it's based on theirs. It's the Russian way of doing things from times of the Tsar. If you go to Saudi Arabia, it is essentially a Sharia Islamic state. You can live there, no problem. You can build your churches if you want. I think they've not ready to allow churches to be built. But it is never a multicultural society. Japan is not a multicultural society. China is not. They can accommodate you, but that doesn't mean they are This is the type of nonsense they feed Africans. And we fall for that very gimmick of multiculturalism. At the end of the day, you end up with a useless contraption like Nigeria. You don't have any value system that anybody anywhere can define. If I talk about the USA, I can talk about hamburger in the USA. We can talk about, what else do they have in the USA? Hamburger, you can talk about, what's it called? What are the traditional dishes? Apple pie and all the rest of it. You can say that these are American dishes. If you go to the UK, you can talk about maybe mashed potato and bangers and mash, which is sausage and mashed potato as their national meal. That's understandable. But I ask you, if you come to Nigeria, what is the national dish of Nigeria? Does a Fulani Janjaweed eat ofe egusi, where we come from? Does an Igbo man eat a wedu soup? The answer is no. So on what basis is all this so-called multicultural foundation going to be laid upon? On what? We are not one people. We may be black, we may be Africans, but we're not one people. Not even one religion. If Britain cannot stay in an EU that is entirely Christian, EU is entirely Christian. Britain left. Nigeria, you don't know if Nigeria is Christian or in fact is Islamic. So for me to accept the multiculturalism being preached by the US ambassador, I have to embrace Islam as my religion. That's what it means. And some of you get taken in by all this rubbish. And I feel sorry for you. Yeah, sometimes when I say this, I'm being very arrogant. If you're educated, you will understand that no nation is multicultural. They allow other cultures to come in. It doesn't mean they're multicultural. They have a viable space where multicultural ideas or identities can thrive. But the foundation has to be monolithic. It has to be one dominant value system and ideology. That's how it is all over the world. Don't let anybody fool you otherwise. That is the same reason why you have this anomaly. In a so-called republic, you have royal fathers in a republic. Because you are trying to shuffle multiculturalism. You're trying to marry the feudal system of the North, the monarchical system of the West, and the Republican system in the East, to marry them into one. And what you have is entirely rubbish, and that is why Nigeria can never work. Not now, not tomorrow, not ever. Competing value systems. Nobody wants their own value system to be subsumed under another person's value system. This is something that the US ambassador never told you. But here I am telling you today. Because if you come here, you become educated. If you come here, you become enlightened. If you come here, you stop being a zoo animal, you become a human being. That is why we are the largest and, of course, the most consistent broadcasting platform insofar as Africa is concerned, right across the world. Millions listen to us because they know we preach the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. That is why this very day, because you are in one Nigeria, in multiculturalism, the army will come to Olo to defend Fulani Janjaweed living in our forests. We went to Olo to defend our people. They came, they arrested the clerics. Men of God, they arrested all of them. How many times have you heard that imams were being arrested in the north? Or that villages were being invaded in the north and imams being arrested? Only in Biafra land. And this is your multiculturalism. This is a place where you want all of us to stay, somehow to pretend that all is well when we know that it is not. In that same Nigeria is where Fulani headsmen openly boast about conquest. Benue State is one. That is why I feel sorry for the idiots talking rubbish from Benue. They came and they made the same bold claim on Edo State. And I quote, "We will kill all policemen and take over Edo State." Vanguard publication of January 23, 2021, this year. Only 2 months ago. Nothing happened to them. Only the Fulanis can lay claim to land that doesn't belong to them and nobody will say anything. When you try to respond, they come against you. And your average foolish Nigerian who cannot reason properly, they're not educated very well, I'm sorry to say, will side with the oppressor. It's only in Nigeria where the victim becomes the accused. You came into Olo, Hope Uzodinma tried to give you land in Olo to build a Fulani settlement, and we said no to it. That's all. To talk about Olo crisis. And now they're trying to blame IPOB, they're trying to blame Eastern Security Network. But all of you are aware of the fact that Nigeria Army and Nigeria Police are essentially Fulani Janjaweed terrorists in uniform. The newspapers, all the articles, everywhere, the national discourse is replete with instances of Fulani being supplied by the military, as you're going to listen to later on. But nothing happens. When you try to fight back, you become the victim. And we are saying we are fed up of being victims. We can no longer be victims anymore. If you kill us, we'll kill you. I'm saying it live on video, so you can share the video all over the world if you want. If you come to our land to kill us, we'll kill you. As simple as that. It may take us some time, but eventually we'll overwhelm you. Well, in the end, we always win. As I warned them in Benue, we are in Benue. In all of our communities in Benue State, and we're not living there until we are certain that the lives and properties of our people there are firmly secured. Any day we learn to stop blaming the victims, this world will be a better place. I'm directing this very statements to the US Ambassador, to the UK High Commissioner, to the EU presence in the zoo, and the UN as well. I know all of you will do nothing. We are not Muslims, so you're not going to help us. That's obvious. We know that for sure. But we have something that you do not have. we have the grace, the might, and protection of God Almighty in heaven. And we know that God exists. And as long as He liveth, as my name is Nnamdi, my Redeemer liveth, as long as God lives in heaven, all of you can never triumph against us. Ojukwu said it before, and you said he failed. We know why he failed, because God said the time wasn't right. I want to show them, my children, what is called Biafra, that very kingdom. They have to fight their way into it. If that is the option you leave for us, then by all means, we will oblige you. But Biafra must come, or we all die. It's as simple as that. There is no alternative. People must understand the rage that is boiling within us. You must understand how angry we are. We may look normal to you, but we are very, very angry, believe you me. And by the time we are done with Nigeria, the name won't exist. That I can assure you. You people are now beginning to see the type of madness that we are capable of unleashing. And more is coming. And I do not hide it, because you hate us anyway. This conspiracy against Biafra, for no reason, we've done nothing wrong to anyone. But you despise us and you hate us. You want us to die because God gave us oil and gas. You want to take over our land. It's not going to happen. And we're not apologizing or begging anybody to please read this letter. They are raping our women. They raped our women. Did you do anything about it? They went to the UK High Commissioner. They were telling them, oh, we can't do anything about it. Rape victims. But you're doing something about defending Fulani. You are defending Fulani. But rape victims in front of you cannot defend them. And you're neutral. And you want Nigeria to continue. So you want me to stay in a Nigeria where my women will be raped every day. Nobody will do anything about it. And I'll be clapping for you. One Nigeria, I'll be clapping for you. Check it, mad people everywhere. People are insane. You want me to stay in a country where the Fulani police and soldiers can come and take our women, rape them anyhow they like. Even before they release them, they charge us. Do you know how much we have spent? We have spent nearly 9 million naira to secure the release of people who were abducted and raped. Victims of state crime. Britain didn't say anything. UN never uttered a word. EU, nothing. US, nothing. And you want me to be in that country? I think some people are mad. Very, very insane indeed. If you do not believe in what we are doing, then you better get out. We're not going to stop. God knows we can never stop until Biafra is restored. We are peace-loving people. We abhor death and killing of another soul. It's in our nature, that's how we are. But because of that, they have been coming and killing us all these years. We've kept quiet. They've been killing and killing and killing quiet. We have a case at the ICC. We have a case at Africa Union. We have a case at, what else again? Pending before the UN in New York. We've been to Geneva to tender our case. Before UN, till today, nothing. In fact, the more we complain to them, the more they come to abduct and rape our children, the more they come to kill us, the more they want to take over our land and our forests. And who told them that's going to be possible in our time? In a time, in a movement that I lead. You think you can come into our land and take it over? Oh dear. That means you don't know who we are. 30 pastors arrested for doing nothing. Have you heard about any imams being arrested in the north? No. Do you want me to stay in one Nigeria with you after this level of injustice? Is that what you think? No, it is not going to happen. Not now, not tomorrow. There are two things plaguing them in the zoo. Lies and deceit. If not for the coming of IPOB, of Radio Biafra, all of you would have lived and died in the ignorance that Ojukwu caused a war. That's what they were writing. Britain helped them to write it. Ojukwu was a rebel, a secessionist, because we had no media. That is why they're paying Facebook billions upon billions of US dollars to stop this truth from coming out. Did Ojukwu cause any war? Gowon is alive, go and ask him. Did Ojukwu cause any war? Ojukwu went and negotiated restructuring with you. in Aburi. You came back. Britain told you not to agree because Britain realized that all the component units of Britain knows that if you go back to regionalism, you will have economic growth. The country will do very well. But Britain doesn't want it. That was why they even instigated the Nzogwu coup, so-called Nzogwu coup, saying they will bring Awolowo to become the head of state. They knew what was going to happen. They wanted to truncate the economic miracle of Dr. Michael. But what I'm telling you are fast. Go and investigate for yourself. In the East, you had the fastest growing economy in the whole world, over 40% every year. In the West, Awolowo was performing his own miracle as well. Even in the North, Ahmadu Bello and Tafawa Balewa were doing very well. You had all those massive industries in the North. You even had Alamajiris that were employed in the North, meaningfully employed, gainfully employed. They were all doing very well. Britain said, no, for us to control these people, we need to impoverish them. Let us introduce this war. There was a coup by Nzogwu. And after that, there was the massacre of, as usual, massacre of our people in the North. Ojukwu said, I have to secure my land and my people. They said, no, let's go to Aburi to discuss it. Ojukwu went to Aburi and agreed, restructuring. That's something now you're asking for, to tell you how foolish Nigerians are. They're very foolish. That same nonsense you're asking for now was discussed many years ago. Ojukwu sat down in Aburi with Gowon and decided that regionalism was the best way forward, restructuring, going back to who you were, 1963 Constitution, 1963 Constitution. Be on your own and pay tax to the central government, as they have in America, as they have even in Britain. Britain, you have Scotland that is almost independent, Wales, the same thing, everybody is free, but Britain doesn't want the same thing they're enjoying to happen in Nigeria. Why? Ask yourself that question. Anybody telling you about one Nigeria is your enemy, I'll prove it to you now. Ojukwu negotiated devolution, regionalism. The North will be on their own, the West on their own, even Middle Belt on their, Midwest on their own, and then the East on their own. It's the same one Nigeria. On their way to the airport, before they boarded the aircraft, a call came from Lagos, from the British High Commissioner in Lagos to Gowon, telling Gowon not to agree, after having signed the agreement. That same Gowon you're looking at today, God kept me alive so that he can witness the destruction he will bring upon that very zoo called Nigeria. Gowon said no. Do you know all the journalists in Nigeria, none of them have ever gone to Gowon to ask him, why did he say no to Aburi? Aburi was restructuring. None of those agitating for restructuring right now has ever gone to Gowon or gone to Nigeria to say, but Ojukwu negotiated restructuring. What happened? They came back and they said no. Ojukwu said, okay, so you want to continue to kill my people all over the place? No. Because of that, I'll declare Biafra. Today, they have brainwashed all of you with the perverse notion and thinking that somehow Ojukwu is responsible for causing a war, when opposite is the case. If not now, that after many years of hammering on this very topic, it has now sunk into the skull of the people that Gowon was the aggressor, not Ojukwu. That's how Nigeria is, always blaming the victim. And we lost over 5 million people during that very genocidal war. They killed over 5 million Biafrans. They wanted to wipe us away from the face of this very earth. But we survived it, and we are here today. Those they gave birth to, they have come. And this time with a wrath that you cannot even begin to imagine. And Biafra must come. It must come. Two things are bothering the zoo right now. You know, when God wants to destroy a nation, it comes in many ways. One, Buhari is dead. They brought in a fake. It is now dawning on the people very slowly that there is no more Buhari. People are now beginning to realize it. What I find astonishing are people that they claim are stakeholders in the zoo, those who should know better, those who should be, should I say, lead this very campaign to uncover the truth. They're all running away, they're all hiding. Do you know why they're hiding? Because the people talking about a late dead Buhari are those that oil and gas comes from their region. And they all think that they need oil and gas to survive. That is why they're all quiet. If not that Dino Malaya came out a few days ago, of course, Obasanjo said it. Even Aisha Buhari said it. But the husband is dead. They all pretended as if they didn't know. And we know that Buhari is dead. And when that very issue erupts the way and manner it would, later on in the coming weeks and months, the zoo cannot contain the fallout. That is number one. Number two is that everybody keeps talking about there seems to be no government, there is no direction because Buhari is not there. That is why you have no direction. That is why the country seems to be drifting. That is why there is no sense of purpose, no cohesion, because there is no Buhari. So what you have are competing interests and ideas from the Fulani cabal that is ruling the zoo, ruling all of you. You know that little boy is not Buhari. Everybody knows that. How many Buharis are you going to have before you begin to reason and begin to think? When I said it, they said it was conspiracy theory, and I said with time, today people are coming out to confirm what we have always known. What we have always known, that Buhari is dead. That is why you have what is called a drift in the government. That is why there is no clear focus, there is no clear-cut direction, not at all. If not that I talked about Aisha Buhari in my last broadcast, I wouldn't have brought her out today to speak. And she only issued a statement. Nobody saw her. She's in Dubai having fun with her boyfriend, your first lady. And I asked them, in whose reign or regime in Nigeria or anywhere else in the world do you have a first lady missing in office? Only in Nigeria. But you as a Nigerian cannot ask any questions because of the way you reason. The problem you have as a Nigerian is in your brain. The way you reason is flawed. Ask yourself this question. If this woman's husband is alive, what is she doing in Dubai? And with who in Dubai? Simple question. But you can't ask yourself that question because you're a Nigerian. Sometimes you don't reason very well. It is not meant to be an insult. I'm just telling you the fact of life. Buhari is no longer alive. The various Fulani groups within, some are sponsoring terrorists from all over the place to come to your land to kill you. And you want to be in the same country with the same people that imported terrorists to come to kill you. I don't understand it. You see, I am struggling to understand how some of you reason. They call themselves your patrons. They say you are Nigerians. Is that correct? Why would a fellow Nigerian go outside to the Sahel to pay people to come to kill you? They are fellow Nigerian. And after killing you, they say that those murderers and killers are now entitled to live in your forests and in your farmlands. Are all of you okay at all? Because I am struggling to understand how you people reason. The reason why I'm saying this is this. The gullible ones amongst you are the ones they are deceiving. They are deceiving all of you. And for some perverse reason, you tend to fall for it. But we have not fallen for it. And wonders shall never end. You saw the little boy that they were giving, they said they're giving him COVID-19 vaccine. And I ask you in all honesty, there are pastors and truth tellers and men of God, I believe, in Nigeria. Look at the hand of that boy. You've seen the pictures and the videos everywhere. Is that the hand of an 80-year-old man? How can all of a sudden Osibajo is now older than Buhari? Look at the videos and look at the pictures. At this point, I begin to ask some of you, are you sure that your brain is working? Your brain cells is working? People say, oh, it is a conspiracy theory. All these things that you're saying about these people, and I'm saying to them, have you not seen the picture of Osibajo taking the so-called vaccine or malaria injection? I don't know. Look at the man they claim is Buhari. Look at his hand. Is that the hand of an 80-year-old man? Is Buhari richer than Bill Gates? Is Buhari richer than George Soros? George Soros is richer than the whole of Nigeria. Bill Gates, the same thing. So if it is money that cost this very old dying man to now turn into a 35-year-old man, how come Bill Gates cannot do it? Or George Soros? Or even Queen Elizabeth for that matter? If they claim that the treatment that Buhari received that made him look this young was administered in London, the Queen is the Queen of England, the Queen of United Kingdom. Why wouldn't she go through the same treatment? Why not? Why wouldn't Prince Philip go through the same treatment and become young again? That is how Nigerians and black people reason. That gives me cause for concern. If we continue this way, we can never ever build nor have any viable society, all of us together. And that is why it is very, very critical and very, very important that we do that which is right before God and man, and stop this from deceiving us. You are every head of state that took a vaccine all over the world. After taking the vaccine, they addressed their people. They spoke to the nation. Why is it that this one wearing an oversized face mask, of course on top of Buhari, hyper-reality face mask, could not utter a word? Can't you ask yourself that question? He came to take his vaccine. Go and look at other heads of state. They take their own vaccine in public and they speak. This one is like a mannequin. He comes out, you wheel him out, and they do something and he goes back in again. That tells you that Buhari is no longer alive. Buhari is in a shallow grave in Saudi Arabia. He's dead. And that is why they're in a hurry. That is why this governor can say, I will not listen to Asorok. That governor will say, let's bring in more bandits, let's settle them. That is why the government is disjointed and dysfunctional. Nobody's in charge. Obasanjo knows that nobody's in charge. I think he said that he may not agree that it's a Buhari double, but that the Buhari now in Asorok is not the one he used to know. How else do you want him to put it? He's been very prominent. He wants Nigeria to survive so that him and his friends can continue to enjoy oil money. That's all. Oil money. That's nothing more, nothing less. Just oil money. Just oil money. So they can continue to enjoy oil money flowing from Biafra land. That's all. Not that they love you. Not that they love one Nigeria. Of course not, they don't. Nobody does. These are the things that you ought to know, and that's what we're telling you this very day. The time now is 7 minutes to the top of the hour, regardless of where you're all over the world. That tells you that we are live and we are direct, and this very gospel is coming to you so that you may change. You may have a change of heart. You may have a change of way of reasoning. Where is your first lady, Aisha Buhari? Where is she? She is not in the country. For how many months now? For how many months, I ask of you? You claim you're a human being. When a white person is racist towards us, we start complaining. We don't like racism. But when they see the way we reason, they cannot help but be racist towards us. Can you believe that you have a country like the USA and Biden's wife decides to disappear for 2, 3, 4 months? You think Americans will keep quiet? You think that in a time of national crisis of COVID-19 pandemic and the ceaseless and endemic insecurity, you cannot even hear from somebody you claim is your president? And this was a man that when Youth Corpus visited him sometime in 2016, or was it in 2015, in his house in Katsina, he spoke against me, IPOB and Biafra agitation. Without prompting. You think such a man will keep quiet in the face of what is going on right now? They all know. Wole Soyinka is a liar. They all know that Buhari is dead. Obasanjo is a liar. They know he's dead. Ojo Zokala and all the rest of them, they're all liars and deceivers. They know the idiot is dead. But all of you will keep deceiving yourselves, and that is why the Fulanis are killing you every blessed day. And when you rise up to fight against them, they become headers. When they attack you, they're headsmen. When you retaliate, they become headers. We don't want them in our land. The death of Buhari and the relentless drive of the Janjaweed to conquer everybody else will make Nigeria a worse place than Somalia. And it's written. None of you can stop it. It doesn't matter how much you dialogue. It doesn't matter what you do. God have marked out Nigeria for destruction for what they did to his children. And all of you witness it. So that at the end of this very process, when Biafra comes, you give praise to God and to God alone and not to man. That's why we are here. To let you understand that the coming of Biafra is God's design, not that of man. Not mine, not anybody else's. But that the time has come. We must stand very tall, very strong, and very resolute. I'm sure all of you have heard what Dino Malaya said. You have heard about that the president is in transition or transmission. I don't. It is in transition because his body is in Saudi Arabia. He's not buried in Daura, not yet. His body is there, and that's why Aisha is upset with them. Aisha packed her things and went to UAE to live there because she told them, "Bring back the body of my husband, give him a befitting burial." They said no. They want to use the name of Buhari to conquer the rest of Nigeria. That's what they have done. But they have failed, and failed very, very woefully at that. And that is why this very truth must continue to be preached. If you have not seen it, go to my page. I think it is there. What do Malaya say? But I want to play what a particular man said. And then I want to showcase the foolishness of your average Nigerian. The foolishness of Bishop Coker. I want to let the world understand how foolish a Nigerian is. Not from me. But I want all of everybody to listen to this very, very carefully, please. And tell me if Nigerians are not stupid. Listen.
We have a confession that the media has not given appropriate attention.
Yes, what is that?
Kawu Baraje Alhaji
Kawu Baraje
was a leading chieftain of the APC.
Yes.
And he has confessed that they imported the foreign mercenaries who have become bandits.
APC imported foreign mercenaries. Baraje said it. Confessed.
What more evidence?
What evidence do you need?
He has confessed that they imported them for the elections.
Yes.
This is public. Why is the media not following up?
Because Nigeria is corrupt.
Why are we not asking for accountability?
They can't act because Nigerians are not intelligent.
So it seems very clear to me and to so many others. If you're in the public space, you hear people talking.
Yes.
And pointing fingers. The ruling party is the direct sponsor of terrorism and insecurity in Nigeria.
It was an interview granted by a so-called stakeholder in Nigeria. APC, the government, people are joining APC. You know, I don't want to speak against the Holy Spirit. At this point, I begin to say to God, there is no way a black man can be equal to a white man. It's impossible. You are aware. I don't know how to show it. This is the Maison Sahara reporters. I think I'll put it on my page after this. If you go to my page, you will see it. The man spoke very brilliantly. Nobody has come to counter him. Baraje is alive. He opened his mouth and said, a part of APC said, we are the ones that brought them from the Sahel to come and kill you. They are fellow Nigerians. And after this, you say, I'm a Nigerian. That is why I say that anybody, if once you say you're a Nigerian, you're sick in the brain. I never have regard for you as a human being, because that means you cannot reason. I will play this once again, uninterrupted, so you can hear him very, very well. And I'll start by asking him, I'm not going to ask him what he said. Who is responsible for the insecurity in Nigeria? Who is to blame? Listen.
We have a confession that the media has not given appropriate attention.
Yes. Go ahead. What is that?
Kawu Baraje Alhaji
Kawu Baraje
was a leading chieftain of the APC.
Chief of APC. He has confessed. Baraje?
The foreign mercenaries who have become bandits. He has confessed. How much more evidence do you need? He has confessed that they imported them for the elections. This is public. Why is the media not following up? Why are we not asking for accountability? So it seems very clear to me and to so many others. If you're in the public space, you hear people talking and pointing fingers. The ruling party is the direct sponsor of terrorism and insecurity in Nigeria. My name is Martin Onobo. I said it.
Martin Onobo.
APC is the direct sponsor of insecurity and terrorism in Nigeria. Ask me for the evidence. Good. I just gave you confession of Kawu Baraje.
Kawu Baraje, his confession is number one. Evidence. Number two, evidence.
Miyetti Allah made a public statement that if you want peace in your state, don't call any meeting. Provide land for Fulanis in your state.
Ultimatum from visitors.
Miyetti Allah.
From terrorists.
Miyetti Allah is a collaborator with the ruling party.
Miyetti Allah.
We had a report that the ruling party funded Mieti Allah to the tune of 100 billion.
You see that?
I wasn't there when the payment was made, but that's in the public domain.
One Nigeria.
An official report that the government of Nigeria was going to establish a radio station.
Radio station for Mieti Allah, a terrorist group.
In collaboration with Mieti Allah. We are Fufude, the Fulani tribal dialect, will be the language of communication.
Do you understand it? Now, they were saying this is for Fulani people, sorry, for Hausa people. You know, all these years when they were conquering you, Hausa, they said Hausa Fulani, we are Hausa Fulani. But now they feel they have taken you over. Now they feel that they are at the cusp of their conquest of Nigeria. They are now floating a radio station, no longer in Hausa language, but in their native Fulani language, Fufude. What does that tell you? As an average Nigerian, I wonder when, maybe there's something in the cow. You know, they have sex with cows and after that they sell it to us and we eat. Maybe that is when they succeed in hypnotizing us. The interviewer was asking for evidence. Let me now give you the evidence. It was us that translated this very evidence. Now it's all over the place. It's gone viral. Now let us hear from the mouth of the Fulani terrorist that the APC brought into Nigeria. Let us hear from them.
Idan ba gwamnati ta daure wanda yake cikin daji ya ta'addanci ba Allah ubangiji ya tsine ma Allah dauki rayuwa ta a wurin.
Listen, it's in Hausa.
Allah ce saniya aka san shi da ita sai noma. Saniya ba ta haifa bindiga AK-47.
AK-47.
Bahilla ce bai da makera da zai kera bindiga AK-47.
AK-47.
Gwamnati ke turowa har muka samu. Mu kuma wallahi dalilin da ya sa billahi lazi shekara na bakwai ina makarantar allo. Amma lokacin da na dawo na tsinci kaina a cikin wannan abun, wallahi ina mamaki kullum ina tunanin rayuwata.
If I'm lying.
Saboda mahaifana akalla a kasar dan banga da su.
What did this man say? I will translate for you. It's on my Twitter. I don't know if it's on my Facebook page. That is why, because of these things, that is why Facebook is busy blocking, banning, suspending people. What did this man say? I'll take off my glasses to read. This man said, I swear to the Almighty Allah, that is the government, the same APC government that our brother was talking about earlier, that gave us arms. I am saying this for people that believe in one Nigeria. That is why I'm... Hi, who are they? Who created this? Who created these people that cannot reason very well? Let me read what this man said. I swear to the Almighty Allah, that is the government, that is APC government, so-called Buhari government, that is giving arms to us. Fulani don't know what gun is. We are only headsmen. Cows don't give birth to guns. I swear to Allah, we are on our own, and the government gave us AK-47. I am not afraid to say the truth. Bishop Coker, are you listening? All of you idiots that believe in one Nigeria, are you listening? You morons, monkeys. All of you who are being deceived by this multicultural, multi-ethnic garbage, can you listen? The government that you are hoping to save you are the ones giving arms to those who have come to kill you. And you get up tomorrow morning and you say, believe in one Nigeria. That was why when Ozo 1 was under attack, that was why when these people, they gave guns to attack Nimbo, Ifani Ugwani called, the Enugu State governor called Buhari many times. Buhari ignored his calls. Ugwani called the commander of the 2 division. No one took his call. He called the commissioner of police for Enugu. No one took his call. But anytime IPOB is having meeting, you come and start shooting people. But when the same people were under attack by those that they are sponsoring, they were nowhere to be found. Is that a type of country? Is that the type of country you wish to belong to? Let's be honest about everything. If this insecurity were being caused by a group of disgruntled Fulani businessmen, you can understand. If this insecurity were being caused by a group of, say, very retarded Fulani politicians, of which there are many of them, I can understand. But insecurity is being caused by the government itself, the APC government. Our brother said it here, and you think he's lying. The people that they get, do you know where they said that? In front of Sheikh Gumi, Abubakar Gumi. He went to the forest to go and meet the bandits, and the bandits told him it was the government that gave us the guns. We don't know what guns are until they give it to us. That's why I asked you, if they're coming all the way from Mali and from Niger, how did they cross the border with guns? If you claim that those that are raising us are from Niger Republic, so you don't have customs and immigration in the north anymore? Or because you see yourselves as one people, so there is no border patrol, no border policing, nothing. But you have closed the border now for nearly a year and a half. So the border is closed. And you're from the south and you're shouting one Nigeria. Do you see the depth of your foolishness? Can you see it? When I say it, it's not out of hatred. People say, oh, I don't like his style of agitation because I tell you the truth. A governor said, the governor of Bauchi State, we are bringing in Fulanis. We are coming to settle Fulani in Nigeria. He said it, he wasn't hiding. We are coming to settle Fulani in your land, in your villages. Do you know why that is possible? Because you believe in one Nigeria. If you are on your own, nobody can try it. It's called an act of war or invasion. But Fulani is carrying out an act of war and invasion into your territory because you are under one Nigeria. So in other words, they are using, Nigeria is providing them a cover to carry out a conquest of an entire, should I say, ethnic nationalities across the zoo. Is it clear to you now? Do you now understand what we are saying? Bishop Coker is afraid. He's from Sokoto, he's a minority. So he thinks that when Nigeria breaks up, Fulani will swallow them alive. But I want to tell them that we are all students of history. There is a group of, or there were a group of people called the Huguenots from France during the height of Reformation. They were being persecuted by the French authorities who were Catholic. People don't know that Roman Catholic fought with Anglican Church in those days. People don't know this, but that's life. Do you know what happened? Britain, being a Protestant nation, offered amnesty or struck a deal with France to say, give me all your Protestants. We'll absorb them. They're called the Huguenots. And they came to Britain. That is where the lives of Sir Peter de la Billière is a French name. But his family settled in England. He rose to become a general and led the war. In the Desert Storm, it was him that commanded the British forces in the Desert Storm. His ancestors were French, the Huguenots. So what I'm saying to Bishop Coker and all northern Christian minorities today is this. On my honor and on my life, I swear before God Almighty in heaven that with the coming of Biafra, every Christian northerner will be allowed to settle in Biafra land. So you see, Bishop Coker, you have nothing to be afraid of. You have a place where you can practice your faith without looking over your shoulder all the time, thinking who's coming to kill me. You will come to Biafra land and you will live there. A very peaceful, fulfilled life in Biafra land. The same thing that the English did for the French Protestants, they're called the Huguenots. The same thing we are going to do for you. If you feel that you're threatened in the Sharia core north, and because of that, you think that having the East and the West in one Nigeria will save you as if some kind of insurance against elimination by the crazy, mad Fulani Janjaweed, you will come to Biafra land. We will give you asylum. You will stay there. Your generations will live and thrive. We are accommodating people. We welcome visitors. Then you will see what Biafra is like in real life, not the miserable existence you have in Sokoto. You want to stay in a country where people are threatening your life because you spoke. You said your mind and they're threatening you. What I'm offering you is what happened in England, though. The same England telling you to talk about one Nigeria. There was a time that the lives of French Protestants were under threat in France. England said, give them to us, we'll take them. They were all sent to England. They are called the Huguenots. We offer you the same asylum today to Bishop Coker and to all endangered northern Christians. You can all come to Biafra. We will accommodate you gladly. Gladly. I'm saying this live on air, so if I renege on this, you know, they said the internet never lies. They can go back and dig up this very video and say, you said this on the 8th of March, 2021. So you can come to us. This is the reason why everywhere the Janjaweed are dealing with us. They always come to your village and appoint one person as somebody. You know, one thing about you people is this. You always think that tomorrow is going to be better. But in Nigeria, tomorrow never ever gets better. Instead, it gets worse. And we are offering you a way out. People were asking for confirmation that Nigeria Army and police are colluding with Fulani terrorists. You know, it was on this platform that I called for OPC to take over from Amotekun. And thankfully, they have taken over. And there are results. There are results. I think earlier yesterday, or was it today, the OPC arrested a Fulani warlord. You know, for us, we don't have time for arrest. We arrest you, of course, and then I think they handed him over to police. When we arrest you, we hand you over to God. God will judge you. They arrested a Fulani warlord, Wakili. Handed him over to police. Police took him to hospital. The same police in Biafra land, they will shoot innocent IPOB family members if they go to hospital and abduct them and the doctor and send them to Abuja to be locked up. Do you understand that? That is what they have been doing. I don't know who is calling me. I don't know what for. It's not an interactive session, so don't call me. They came to Olo, they went to Anambra, they shot people, they took them to Abuja, took the doctor as well, treating them to Abuja. In the West, they apprehended a terrorist, they killed a murderer, a rapist, a bandit, handed the bandit over to the police. The police took him to hospital for treatment, specialist hospital. What other evidence do you need that the police and the army are colluding with those that they imported to come and kill you? And you wake up in the morning and you say you're a Nigerian. Are you not ashamed of yourself? Don't you have any shame within you? God Almighty in heaven. I've never seen people as daft and as foolish as this. They took him, he was arrested by OPC. You know what they said? Those that arrested this man, he said, or your police assures of diligent prosecution of suspected criminals. The criminals now are the OPC men that arrested the bandit. Nigeria is astonishing. You arrested a rapist, a mass murderer, a killer, and a land grabber. Took him to the police. The police now arrested you. Took the man to hospital. Beat you, all of you up, and put you in the cell. They say police is your friend. Anyway, I thank God that there are these guardian angels that came. I don't know where they came from. They are called unknown gunmen. I don't know where they came from. Maybe they are the spirit of all those killed by the police and the army. And they are avenging the death of the people that the police and the army killed. They are called unknown gunmen. I don't know who they are. I don't know where they come from. But they are fighting for the poor. They are like Robin Hood, but in this case, they are not robbing the poor, the rich to pay the poor, no. They are robbing the criminals, the murderers of their own lives. Murderers in the police and the army. People don't know what is coming, do they? They have no idea. I feel sorry for the zoo. They have no idea. Any day that all of you gang up to support your one Nigeria garbage, the more you're digging your collective graves. Nigeria can never ever be fixed. It's broken beyond repair. Can never be fixed. Look at Sultan of Sokoto talking rubbish. The spiritual leader, whatever rubbish he is of the zoo. Sultan of Sokoto, that he was in the army. That war is not good. But you Fulanis are the ones living war on everybody. You took over the whole of Plateau. You came down into Benue. Your people were at also one, massacring people. Then you never talked about war. As soon as we rose up and said enough is enough, now this war language starts to come into your lips. Do you think we are foolish? Do you think we are... Go and bring all the BBCs of this world, every propagandist for neocolonialists. Gang them, bring them together against Biafra agitation. You're wasting your time. Bring them against ESN, you're wasting your time. Arrest all you like. But I'm just warning them, if you're a policeman involved in the arrest of innocent people, all I need to do is to go down on my knees and pray and ask God, please, may unknown gunmen locate you and they will find you. Because God answers my prayers. So all those police stations involved in all this raid know that your turn is coming. It's only a matter of time, it will come. Since you want anarchy, you will get anarchy. Since that is what you want. You people, you don't like people that play it gently by the rules. No, not in the zoo. That is how you have been taking over our land, raping our women, abducting us and killing us. We came out at Umpo, you killed us for no reason. Shia people came out at Abuja, you shot them for no discernible reason. And all of you saw soldiers with live bullets killing people in broad daylight. No major news outlet carried it in the world. They've bribed all of them. I'm saying it on camera. And I wish that the US Congress can call me to testify. The American ambassador, that woman took bribe from Nigeria. Nigeria bribes every ambassador that comes to Nigeria. They give you loads of money, so you will never report what is happening in Nigeria. You don't know that. I'm saying it live on camera. I wish they can call me in America, come and testify. I will do so. The British High Commissioner is as corrupt as the devil. That woman. She was the one that was responsible for the murder at Lekki. When she went to see Tinubu, I warned everybody, look at this woman, the army will open fire. Not up to 6 hours to open fire, that woman. That's another line. All of you are just looking, because anyway, most of you are blind, you cannot see. And Japan and more. We see things that the mere mortals cannot see. That is why Elohim is with us. That is why everything I say comes to pass. It must happen, it must come to pass. I told them that when we were giving thanks and praises to Elohim, I told them that this horn this trumpet that we are blowing, anybody who has it in Asorok will go deaf. How many days? And there was fire in Asorok for the very first time. The zoo will be destroyed. Not that we may just get Biafra, so that when this story is written, our children will know that God did it, not man. Man put their faith in their chariots. Britain, you have you're a member of the UN Security Council, you're very strong, you're powerful. All these criminal US ambassadors coming to Nigeria, yeah, you have money, you are US, you will always support Fulani. You people are openly supporting terrorists because of money, because they bribe you, because Halliburton has all your concessions, because there is a Shell and everything, everybody's milking Biafra. Because of that, it is better we support terrorists to kill the innocent. And you are diplomats. Your diplomats presiding over the slaughter of the innocent. You cannot speak the truth. We are in the middle of a war. The Fulanis have levied war on every indigenous population, ethnic group in Nigeria. All of you can say it. All you can say is invite the Sarakin or Sarakin Fulani Lagos. Not the Oba of Lagos, no. Sarakin Fulani Lagos means the supreme Fulani ruler in Lagos. Because the US ambassador has taken money from Nigeria. Very soon her tour of duty will come to an end and she will go. She will become a multimillionaire. That is why they all want to come to Nigeria. Because Fulani will pay very well to suppress the news, to stop the truth from going out. And all of you will suffer if you don't repent. You will suffer. Mark my words somewhere, you will suffer if you don't repent from your evil ways. You take money from murderers and from killers to suppress the truth. Biden doesn't know what is happening in Nigeria because they rely on the ambassador to feed them accurate information. And that is not happening because they've been bribed. And that is why people are dying in Nigeria. Nigeria is the only place in turmoil, not making it onto the front pages of newspapers all over the world. Nobody talks about it because they are all compromised. They've been bribed. We don't need your one Nigeria to survive. They tried, can you imagine the nonsense? They brought in their food blockade. They said we will not send food to the south. They are perishable goods. So the items got spoiled in the north. The government now turned around to pay them almost 500 billion. They are the ones that said they will not sell their goods to the south. The goods are now rotten in the north. And the government paid them compensation of nearly 500 billion. And you're in one Nigeria. Tomorrow morning, you idiotically wake up in the morning and say, I'm a Nigerian. As I said before, before I used to blame white people for racism, I no longer blame them for it. Because we are the cause of racism. Our stupidity as black people is responsible for the way we're being treated all over the world. Very sad indeed. Very, very sad indeed. We don't need them to survive. We don't need them. And we can give them the oil and gas for free. As I've said before, allow me to repeat. The oil, apart from granting citizenship to every northern Christian, I mean Core North, I mean the Sharia, Arewa, Janjaweed North, you will all live in Biafra land, where you can practice religion without fear or favor. Another thing we are going to do is to pipe free oil and gas across the whole of West Africa. In Biafra, Oduduwa will receive oil and gas for free. You see, Benin Republic, oil and gas for free. Togo will receive oil and gas for free. Ghana the same. All the way to, heaven knows, I think, Western Sahara. Do you know why? Because we want the economies of all these countries to grow as well, because they're going to buy our goods and services. They will buy our goods and services. That is why we need the economies to grow as well. A Biafra will offer free oil and gas to the entire West African coastal region. To tell you we don't need oil and gas to survive as a people. We are not fighting for Biafra because of oil and gas. We are fighting because it is the will of God. And we